There for Mr. Lemon. TNT Supercar for Andy Taylor. American Race Car for Scotty Lemon. Red and more red. Scotty Lemon 006 out in front of green. Andy Taylor was Scott Lemon times 2. 12th thou on the red light start. Goes 435, does Andy Taylor. 160 on the speed. 4650 for Scott Lemon. 149, just shy of 150 on the speed. 149.90. Is Jansen Melton and Chris Galitti. Melton over on the Las Vegas side. Chris Galitti for Team Rad Torque Tools. Out of Tumble, Texas. I saw on social media that Corey will not be here this weekend. I'm sure we'll see him in Galat. Jansen's 006 on the green light start and goes 446. Galitti is 19 green and 4440. For Chris Galitti is Andy Schmall and Chevy Reeves. Andy out of Idaho Falls in the banana. Banana. Chevy Reeves, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Dragster right side. Once again, this is time trial session number 2 in our American race cars. Todd's Extreme Paint 32 car shootout. After these 32 cars go down the track, well, let's call it roughly 20 more cars go down the track. We'll continue back in time trials with Group C as Andy. And the Bananas 007. Chevy Reeves is 12 green and 461. With the dragster, 149 miles an hour. Andy 007 and 597. They're through 660 feet. Shane Thompson and Dan Northrup. Dan out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania in the Buckwitz machine. There for Dan. Shane Thompson, Team Silver State. Tomorrow is Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Wednesday. As we fire up tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, right in around number 1. Just a great car count here this week. We just can't say thank you enough. Dan Northrup, 14 green and 474. Shane Thompson is 20th out on the green light start, 455. As we roll up, Taylor Strange and Vinny Domino. Taylor out of Colorado, Racecraft Prepared Dragster. And Vinny Domino for Team Namidia Dragway. Rob and Vinny in that group. Staten Island, New York City. There for Mr. Vinny. Domino has he waits till day number last to win. I mean, he's always really good. Like a couple years in a row was your Sunday winner. Like 2018, 2019, picked up the win on day number last. Vinny's 51 on the starting line of 456. Domino has picked up a brand new sponsor for this event. We'll talk about that late when we get into eliminations. As Robbie Breeden and Megan Molinari. Breeden in the pickup truck out of Cincinnati. Megan Molinari, Battleground, Washington. Dad Shane behind in the next pair. And the young lady in the M&M chassis. Robbie, 006 on the red light start. Megan, 20 green, 419 on the elapsed time, 169 the speed for Megan Molinari. Robbie Breeden, after being red by 6 thou, goes 651.6 at 104 on the speed for Robbie Breeden. So Breeden takes the shorter turnoff, about halfway up the hill. In the shutdown area is Shane Molinari and Elizabeth Salmons. Elizabeth out of Harrison, Ohio. The wingless dragster, the Las Vegas side. Shane Molinari, Battleground, Washington. He went 405 in the first run. 405. That's like fastest on property. .102 to 60 feet for Molinari. 405.6. Yeah, let's just throw a 405 on the car and let it rip. 177 for Shane Molinari on the mile an hour after being 22 green. 405, that's pretty serious. I mean, that's like serious. Elizabeth Salmons, 45 on the green light start, goes 493.5 at 138 miles an hour. Like 40 miles an hour, the difference between Shane Molinari and Elizabeth Salmons. This is Michael Needham and Cortland Carter. Needham out of Ohio, Rare Engine Dragster, Las Vegas side, and C Squared, Lubbock, Texas. They're for Cortland over on the Pennzoil side. Four little bitty ones. The difference on the starting line, Cortland Carter, 18 green, 463 on the elapsed time, just shy of 150 on the mile an hour, 149.90. Michael Needham, better on the starting line. 14th out on the green light start and goes 510 at 133 on the speed is Gabby Needham and Jim Glenn. Gabby, left side. Jim Glenn, right side. Talked about Jim Glenn's start to the season. Picked up the Super Comp Wally at the season opening Winter Nationals, then went deep at the second national event in Phoenix. Glenn is 009 and goes 474. Gabby Needham, 25 green and 519. The data here in run number 2 as Troy Williams Jr. and Dustin Wirtz. So T-Rock out of Florida for Team FTI. Over on the Las Vegas side, Dustin Wirtz out of Napa, Idaho. There for Dusty Buckets. Dad Tim behind on the right side of that machine. Over on the Pennzoil side, Troy Williams Jr., 003 RED. Dustin Wirtz is 007 and 461. After Troy Williams Jr. is red, he goes 465.9 at 158 miles an hour. There for Troy Williams Jr. is Gary Williams and Jessica Bogacki. G-Dub out of Florida. Part of that Team FTI juggernaut. Jessica for Team Mosier. This is Bracket Racing Elite. husband Luke behind in the Corvette will be next pair. 008 is going to be second in this grouping. Jessica's 008 and 465. G-Dub is 006. Better by a couple of thou. So we're going to wrap up our 32 with a couple of singles. Your Super Gas World Champion from last year. For Team Mosier. And that Screamin' Corvette Roadster, Luke Bogacki. Been on like an 8-week whirlwind tour of the Western United States. Picked up a win at the Phoenix Divisional. Had deep runs over at Tucson Dragway pretty much every day. Again, the Sportsman podcast with Luke and Jared Pennington. Luke said, if I remember correctly, in $50,000 races, Luke is 0-6 in final rounds, which is just staggering. Luke made it to that final there in Tucson and was defeated by Tim O'More. I mean, Tim O'More in that 50 grander over there, last 3 rounds, took out Dustin Wirtz, some washed up has-been named Peter Biondo, and Luke in the final. That's 3 pretty good back-to-back-to-back win lights. And with that, let's get Group D, Group Delta, Group Dog, Group Dilapidated, Group Diluted. I gotta text Nathan Hershey and tell him to bring us a thesaurus. 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 Group D, let's get you up in lanes 1 and 2, please. Group D, Group Dinosaur. You call Group Dinosaur to the lanes.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
For those who don't settle when others do. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
At 153 miles an hour there for Donnie Burleson. That's going to wrap up our 32 cars, but I need Group D. Group D. D as in dog. Get you up in lanes 1 and 2, pretty please. Group D. Group D, let's get you up in the lanes, please.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
So I believe we're kind of wrapping up Group C. Group D did make a call for you guys up in lanes 1 and 2. Pretty please. Group D. Need you up in staging lanes 1 and 2 for now. And then Ron Mortimer in the back will tell you where to go from that point. Kind of a different format for the fling events. With double entries allowed, everybody's been separated into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. The goal for today is to give everybody 2 rips at the track. These those competitors that are not entered in our American race cars, Todd Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. We are still in rotation number 1. Kind of wrapping up Group C. As I'm looking from my vantage point at the awesome camera pointing down in the staging lanes, I'm going to say there's probably 25 pair of Group C cars to run. Then we'll move over into Group D. We have 5 groups as well, with the Larice Motorsports Insurance All-Run Pro Field. So 5 groups in total. Here on a very blustery Tuesday, Strip Las Vegas Motor Speedway. As we look right down there at the end of the 8th mile at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway flag, and the checkered flag blowing straight out from our left to our right. The weather forecast for the next couple of days is scheduled to be calmer, which I'm sure will be a relief. Everybody that was here yesterday just got completely inundated. Was talking to Peter Biondo earlier today, and I mean, he was very open and honest, talked about if the weather conditions for today were like they were yesterday, they probably wouldn't have ran cars because it was blowing that hard. Owen Duffield over on the left side. Working our way through Group C. Working our way through Group C. Again, Group D. Group D should be heading up in the way, up into the lanes, please. 1 and 2, and then they'll steer you from there. As I see Gordon Boven is on the loose. I do believe without supervision, which is a little scary. 11 red over on the left side, 008 on the green light start. Again, we are working on getting everything entered into the system. Do everything in our absolute power to make sure everything's in there for round number 1 tomorrow. But with a spectacular car count, takes a little while to get all the data entry into the system. Queen Jaylene is feverishly working on getting everything in there. Double 005, and the not GTO. It's Raymond Harshbarger. Waterloo MT. Waterloo town in Montana, on the northern edge of Madison County, right on the Jefferson River. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to also say that's going to be a spectacular part of the country. So we've determined early on day number 1 at the K&N Spring Fling Million, we have to get Peter Biondo and Marco up to Montana. We're going to make a driving tour. Marco, we got to get you up in like the Kalispell area, Flathead Lake. Just stunning. And I would never steer you in the wrong direction. We have one more prize to give out today. Well, in addition to the dragster and the 2023 million entry and the 2023 3-day entries that will go along with the American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. The best reaction time in our Pro category will get a $300 certificate courtesy of our friends at Crew Chief Pro. As the prize vault, with over $60,000 in racer appreciation product, goods and services, they'll be awarded over the 5 days. The Fling crew, Peter and Emily and the staff, do a great job procuring all the prizes and all the extra stuff that we get a hand out of the events. Over $60,000 in giveaways. Best losing packages, one of the changes for this year, round 1, 2, 3, and 4. On Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday is cash money. And then on $1 Million Friday, that amount is doubled. And then we move into round number 5, 6, and 7. Get a giveaway, Mickey Thompson, Goodyear, Hoosier Slicks, for those best losing packages. I mean, the back of the Spring Fling flyer is just littered with all the great giveaways. For this event is Don Sefton in his top dragster out of Bremerton, Washington. And I believe Shannon Bepley over on the right side. Did not get a good look as they were driving by the tower. Bepley's 21 green and 514. Don Sefton 25 on the green light, starting 441. There for Mr. Sefton. So J.J. Cook, the team out of Texas. So we're continuing to work our way through kind of the end of Group C. I believe Group D is filtering forward. So if you are part of Group D, let's get you up in the lanes if you're not already. This is Randall Reed. Your 2018 Million main event winner is 17 green and 462 for Randall Reed. This is 008490 over on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. This is Aaron G and Jimmy Lewis. Aaron, another one of the Texas runners. And Jimmy Lewis. Come down from Sumner, Washington. $3,000 going to be the difference right down there. Jimmy Lewis, 16 green and 478. 19 green for Aaron G. As Chris Gallitti and Max McLaughlin. Gallitti is 008 and 536 in the Chevy 2. Max out of Krugerville, Texas in the S10 is 002. My favorite number, hashtag Derek Jeter. And 634 for Max at 106 miles an hour. As Dalton Grow in that fighter plane themed dragster out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. Just a cool hot rod. And I'm 94% certain Gabe Torres over on the Las Vegas side. One of the things about the Fling that literally helps out everybody, at least in race operations side, is everybody's assigned a number. You don't run your normal competition number. So, when you're used to seeing competitors with their normal competition number, you know, through the years, you learn what everybody's numbers are. But when the data is not in the system and you see like C073 instead of like 7809, there's a little bit of confusion. but we'll get everything put in. Pinky swear. Has 002. Rears its ugly head again. No, not ugly head, like beautiful head. It's Roger Sauter. And hashtag 26. Mr. Shane Carr. Got us crumble cookies this morning. I thought 001 and 001. That'll do and that'll do. Carrie had to like drag Shane onto the airplane today. Luggage was overweight. Shane didn't want to pack his own bag. So all the stuff went into Carrie's suitcase, and Carrie's suitcase was heavy. But after both drivers being 001, Mr. Carr goes 455, 151. Roger Sauter, 557 at 123. As Gabriel Hernandez Jr. for Team Mexico. And Raul Alanis out of Monterrey, Nuevo Leon. Red and redder. Raul is 006 in front of green. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. is Raul times 2 plus 1. 13 red and 456 at 151 for Gabriel Hernandez Jr. Raul, after being 006, goes 503 at 136. As Ramiro Rivera. Another one of our Team Mexico competitors. We love having Team Mexico back. It's been a couple years since they've been up at the Fling. Just great people. A lot of fun. Glad we're here. Ramiro, 43 on the green line start, better the 2, and goes 525 at 130. 50 green and 475 over on the right side. This is Dustin Wirtz. In the Corvette, Dustin has the dragster rolling in the American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout. .003 left side, Dustin Wirtz is 13 green and 520. In the Corvette, 133 on the mile an hour, 485. Left side, 141 is Brian Watts and Dale Toros. Watts out of Richmond, Washington, the TNT Supercar. Dale Toros in the front engine dragster, who Mr. Toros had all sorts of success in the NHRA Heritage Series, running Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Like all sorts of success, and decide, you know what, there's a lot more money to be made in the bracket racing side of things versus the NHRA Heritage Series, and I'm going to come do this. Toros a little bit late, ripping the finger off the button, starting the run. 183 on the green light start and 546 for Toros in the front engine dragster. 123 on the speed. Brian Watts, 009 out in front of green with the no harm, no foul red light. Goes 476 at 144. It's Kelly Ritchie and Bruce Johnson. Kelly Ritchie. Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada, for Team Ritchie. And Bruce Johnson out of Duluth, Minnesota. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, round number one. Round number one, American Race Cars, Todd Extreme Paint Shootout. Round number one, get you up in the lanes, please. Round number one of my 32-car American Race Cars, Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. Let's get you up in the staging lanes, please. Get the dial-ins ready. Already got to be on the left side of the vehicle. Once again, that Todd's Extreme Paint American Race Cars Dragster Shootout, round number one. Get you up in the staging lanes, please. In lane 7 and 8. That's Nathan Thornsley and Jacob Stolworthy. Thornsley out of Palmer, Alaska. Had a great conversation with the Alaskan runners when we were out at Tucson Dragway. They told us the whole process about getting the cars down here. Nathan goes 11 green and 533. Jacob Stolworthy is out in front of green by Babe Ruth 3,000 and goes 469 at 147. As Mike Quinteri over on the right side for Team Alaska. It's a long way from Anchorage, Alaska to Las Vegas, Nevada. Terry over on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. So continue to work our way through Group D with Ed Olpen. Like bracket racing Ed Olpen, which is a shock. 37 green and 476, 145 there for Olpen. 15 green left side and 487 is J. Scott Ball, San Antonio, Texas. .26 green there for J. Scott Ball. 81 red left side and 458. 469.1 for J. Scott Ball, 146 on speed. Once again, I need first round of eliminations in my American race cars. Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout, my 32 entries. Should be filling in lanes 7 and 8 for round number 1. Just going to make sure you have your dial in on there. Have that dial in on the left side of the vehicle. And if you have a blue dial in board, you owe Jonathan Adams $1, our computer god for this week. Hashtag track operations against blue dial in boards. So Chuck Babcock over on the left side as we're getting one of the Bear machines temporarily pushed back and then temporarily pulled forward, I think. So David Thornton. That Pennzoil side. Out of Washington. And my 32 competitors in my American race cars. Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. The vast majority of you are in the lanes, which I appreciate. Again, we need round number 1 into the lanes in 7 and 8. That dial needs to be on the left side of the vehicle. Left side of the vehicle. David Thornton with 60 on the tree and 472 in that Pennzoil side. So 5 different groups paired together. We have our Larice Motorsports Insurance all-run pro field. And then we have Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. We are running Group D now. Those of you that are watching the great live feed on BANGshift and the subsequent live feed on Drag Racer TV, as you see the screen, you see the D in front of the numbers. It tells you we're in Group D. And you can see exactly what I see, which is not a lot, other than numbers. She made mention of this a little while ago. One of the things for us as the Fling staff is the double entries that we allow. We assign the competitors' numbers. They don't run their normal traditional NHRA/bracket number. And through the years, you gain a knowledge of who runs what number, etc., etc. So like coming up in the water box, it's Mo Trujillo left side and Richard McFarland right side. One of the Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing machines over on the left-hand side, 541, 129. 501 left side. Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team machine. Oh, sure, and then I talk about Mo and Richard, and they're both in there. It's like the announcer curse. It's not usually how it goes. Like one of the NFL commentators is like, this field goal kicker has made 37 straight field goals inside of 35 yards. Snap, hold, shank is generally what happens. Or like an NBA commentator, Steph Curry has made 47 consecutive free throws. Clank. Richard McFarland and his super cool dragster is 004 on the red light and 593. Mo Trujillo at a Happy Valley is 32 green and 459. It's one of the great things about the Fling events. So tomorrow, Nathan Hershey will be here. I miss him today. So we see Clinton Fife. Now, Clinton or somebody affiliated with Clinton is going to come up and tell us how to officially say that last name. And I'm saying Fife, and I guarantee that's wrong. But yet again, the blind squirrel finds the occasional acorn. As Tim Parton and Hannah Vandermeer. That's the fastest I've seen Dick Vandermeer move in like 10 years. As the door was open on the side for Team Boise Valley Towing. Hannah, the student. Top 10 finisher in Super Comp Division 6 last year. Tim Parton out of City, Montana, Don Davis prepared machine. Hannah, 005 on the starting line. And 484 at 142 on the mile an hour for Hannah. Tim Parton goes 458 at 152 as Hannah Cook. And the birthday boy, Justin Hoff. Dick and Kathy's nephew, Justin, 21 years of age today. That's right, Justin in Las Vegas turns 21 today. It's also Race Kid's birthday. Race Kid is not 21, but higher than 21 by not very much. Hannah Cook is 20. That makes me feel really old that Hannah Cook is 20. It makes me feel really old that Justin Hoff's 21. Justin just like one-ups Hannah. Hannah was 005 on the starting line. Hannah Vandermeer, that is. Hannah Cook was 10 green. But the team Vandermeer cars, Justin's 004, and can go back and say, I was better on the starting line, Hannah Vandermeer, by 1,000. And he can say, Hannah Vandermeer, it's my birthday. Jim Reichenbach. And so it's Lindsay Meserve's dragster. And handsome Parker Theobald is back alongside. I'm assuming it's Lindsay in the car. Reichenbach and the Neal and Parks prepared machine is 32 green and 462. Meserve is not happy, going 785. And I mean, Parker was looking inside the vehicle, so I'm blaming Parker. So Tyler Murrup over on the left side is 36 green for Team Jordan Mower and 497 at 136. It's Peyton Janik and Alexis Thompson, I believe. I mean, I don't believe it's Peyton Janik. It is Peyton Janik. That I know. I believe it's Alexis Thompson. Peyton 23 on the green light start and 475. Thompson 15 green for Team Silver State at 462 on the 8th mile lapse time. As I'm looking at the camera showing down in the staging lanes, we are going to run out all of our Group D cars before we run first round in our American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout. So there's the cars that are under the arch and around the corner, barely into the staging lanes. So I'm going to say 15 pair roughly, but don't quote me. But we would like to invite our second run for our Larice Motorsports Insurance All-Run Pro Field. Up at the staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Remember, in that session, the best reaction time, whether it's perfect, 001, whatever it is through the session, the best reaction time will get that $300 certificate courtesy of our friends at Crew Chief Pro Software. And that's just in that second session of the Larice Motorsports Insurance All-Run Pro Field. So that's a good prize. We've already ripped open the prize vault. The Diva desk handing out the prizes. It's hopping. Over $60,000 in racer giveaway throughout the week. It's one of the many things that makes the Fling events just spectacular. As Mike Fuqua and Kevin Johnson. Johnson way out in front of green. 94 on the red light start and 476, 145. The numbers for KJ out of Draper, Utah. Fuqua out of Tennessee, 009, 457. There for Michael. Is Rick Milanasso and Troy Grant. Rick out of Colorado. Troy Grant, also out of Colorado. Grant has had success. Strip Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And a multitude of cars through the years. 60 on the tree here and 483 on the elapsed time. Milanasso goes 445. At 154 after being 28 right down there is Allison McCone, your Super Comp winner at the national event a couple weeks ago. Her first ever national event win. That was good stuff. See Dad John back behind daughter Allison. 27 green, and Allison is off the gas. And moving over towards the wall, we will keep a close eye on Allison's machine as Allison has stopped. So we'll have a couple of quiet moments on the racing surface as we send our safety team down from the big end of the racetrack to check on Allison. Allison is climbing out of the car. Helmet is off. He's looking around saying, what the what? Hopefully it's nothing too problematic down there for Allison McComb. But Allison did
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Ultronics, Perform Air Weather Station Giveaway. Go to ultronicsinc.com/fling and enter to win.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling Bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Jason McFarland is 23 green and 506. So Dave Meyer and Bree Johnson. David Meyer, the machine. Out of Sheridan, California, 16 green, 478 there for Mr. Meyer. Bree Johnson is Derek Jeter red. 2 thou in front, 505 as we work our way through the conclusion of Group D. Our 32 car American Race Cars Todd Extreme Paint Shootout is full in the lanes. We appreciate that. Everybody make sure your dialing is correct on the left side of the vehicle. If you stage it, you own it. Don't come up here and boo-hoo because your dialing's wrong. Jonathan Adams will just be like, did you stage it? You live with it. Rod Belsham, British Columbia. The smattering of Canadian competitors. A few pair left in Group D. We're working our way through. As Willie Flores. Nathan Martin. 002 on the green line. Start goes 474 with just a few competitors left. So two singles are all we have left. Then we'll have a brief opening ceremony. We'll go right into round number 1 of our American race cars. Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout. As we take a look over to the left side, our left of the tower, you see that prize. And that's pretty sporty. I like that. I think in a minute, I'm going to go down, I'm going to sit in it, and I'm going to make race car noises. All right, last car down the track, which leads us right into our first round in our American race cars, Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout. But before we fire up first round, we'll move right into our opening ceremonies. And I tell you what, this world is a pretty crazy place, both here and abroad. All of the great members of our armed services that do their best to keep us safe, all of our first responders who rush into danger when, well, to be honest, a lot of people just rush out. We're honored to have Craig Ritchell from Team RFC up here in the tower with us. So if everybody could please rise and remove your hats, and Craig Ritchell will lead us in a moment of prayer.
Thank you, Mike. Happy Easter week to all you racers and fans out there. Let's pray. Dear God, thank you for the opportunity to be here this week with this great drag racing community and for all of our servicemen and women who keep us free to do this. And thanks, God, also for Peter Biondo and his great team, as well as K&N, Optima, and all the other great sponsors that are so vital to the sport, as well as those who manage and operate this great facility at the Strip at Las Vegas. And God, today we ask your blessing and your protection on our safety teams and our first responders that so passionately care for us in our time of need. And finally, God, we thank you for all the great sacrifice that you made for your Son for our salvation, God, as we celebrate Easter week, and we close by thanking you in advance for your protection over us all as we race and spend time with our friends and family here at the Spring Fling Million. And it's in Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Craig, thank you very much. And if you would continue to please rise as we pay tribute to this 50-state union that does so many good things across the world with the playing of our national anthem, sung by Miss Ivy Brannon.
Stripes and bright stars through the
First round. Our American race cars. Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. 32 competitors paid $1,750 for a chance to win that beautiful dragster that is just adjacent to the starting line. 5 win lights will take home that beautiful prize at the end of the day. Joined up here in the tower by a guy that, one of the best out here on the West Coast, and a guy who has a couple of Spring Fling event wins and big checks. In addition, like, how many national divisional events you won? Like, a lot? Marco Paravel, only 5? No way. It's got to be like more than 5. Oh, 5 national, how many divisional? A lot. I think it's more than that. I think you're selling yourself short. Yeah, he's only gone to 10 final rounds, but he's won 9 of them. Marco Paravaleris joined up here alongside as Jansen Melton out of Tennessee. 447 is going to start us off alongside Mike Rock. Marco.
Mike Rock going to be dialed at a 493 in the, calls it the traffic cone, the undercover. Going to Mike Rock. Mike Rock going to go dead 5 for the win. Jansen Melton did not get off the starting line.
Stand by. Hey, first pair. You know? So as we are in a little bit of a pause here. Waiting for official word.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
We drive people. We drive bracket racing because reliability, accuracy, and consistency is what goes round and wins races. An all-in-one solution tailored to your application. Walk the pits and you'll begin to see fuel tech everywhere.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their
blustery. Hoodie might sound nice right now. So don't delay. I would get one sooner than later. Craig Merrilies, I know you're running in pro. You're probably down the staging lanes. When you finish your run, you need to come see Mrs. Emily Biondo up in the tower, and it's something that is very, very important, so do not delay. So Craig Merrilies.
Hello, Spring Fling racers, and hello to all racers across the country. My name is Peter Biondo, and I'm coming to you from Queens, New York at the Spring Fling headquarters. First of all, I am extremely pumped up and excited, slightly nervous, but excited that in just under 2 weeks' time, we'll be opening up the gates at Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the Spring Fling Million. Right behind that, 10 days from the completion of the Spring Fling Million in Vegas, we will open up the gates for you East Coast racers at the beautiful Galat Motorsports Park for the Spring Fling. So a lot of excitement in the air here, a lot of hard work going on with myself and my team, but I also wanted to address something. I received a phone call from a friend of mine yesterday, and a trustworthy friend of mine who once in a while he'll give me a call and he'll give me some feedback on what the latest gossip is at the racetrack from racers. And in 2022, there was enough concern going around, enough gossip, that I felt I should address this. The concern is racers talking that if they put in for vacation, if they talk to their wife and commit to their boss and to their wife that they're going to go away for an event, what are they going to be racing for? There's some uncertainty there. With the fuel prices what they are, and with obviously car counts, I know at the Flings the car counts are not going to be what they were the last 5 years. I just don't see it happening with gas being $4 or $5 a gallon. They want to know what they're racing for. There's some uncertainty there. So I wanted to assure you guys that if you come to a Fling event in 2022, all 4 events will happen as advertised. So the Spring Fling Million in Las Vegas, we're going to be paying $250,000 to the winner, guaranteed, on Friday, or more, depending on the car count. But if 20 guys show up for that race, if 200 to 300 show up for the 30K races and only 100 show up, enter the million, the whole 250 is getting paid. All of the round money is getting paid, and everything's guaranteed both on the front page and the second page of the flyer. So you have my word that, and Galat Motorsports Park, same deal. You guys, you will be racing for the flyer, 30K, 100K, 30K, which is actually an increase since last year. We raced for 25K, 100K, and 25K. So we increased the purse at Galat, and we also increased Saturday round money, and we left the entry fee the same. Same goes for Columbus at a summer fling and Bristol at fall fling. Those flyers will be out shortly, but they'll basically mirror the Spring Fling Galat flyer. So if you plan on coming to one of our events this year, I hope you're excited, but most importantly, I want you to know that I discussed this with my team, and we are excited to deliver as promised. Everything is 100% guaranteed. You can save this video. You can also call me at any time with any questions. 856-296-4447 is my cell number. This is our 13th year putting on Fling events, and we put on 27 events to date. I think most of you know what we're all about, but if there's any questions, if there's any concerns, I just wanted to reassure you that everything will be delivered as promised. I had the same gentleman on that phone conversation yesterday say, I don't expect you to work this hard and lose money. My answer to him and my answer to that is, this is a risk-reward business. I will lose money before I change anything on the flyer. You have my word. I just wanted to again assure you of that. So I'm pumped up. I'm definitely a little bit nervous with the way fuel prices are. I don't expect crazy high car counts, but that doesn't mean anything will change at the Spring Flings. We will deliver as promised. We are excited. My team and I, we have everything in place, and we hope to see you at the Spring Fling in Las Vegas, the Spring Fling in Galat Motorsports Park, or one of the flings down the road, the Summer Fling Columbus or the Fall Fling in Bristol, Tennessee. Appreciate everyone's time. Good luck wherever you decide to travel this year, and see you down the road.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
Race it, experience it. For the last decade and more, founders and legendary racers Peter Biondo, Kyle Seipel, and the Fling family have put on some of the biggest and best events in the history of bracket racing, setting the bar for what a race can be, for what a race should be. With one race, names like Jeff Birdie and Randall Reed have joined instantly recognizable icons like Scotty Richardson and Luke Bagacki as racers who have achieved on one of the biggest stages in the sport. A place where young and old alike come together not to just test themselves, but to simply enjoy some of the coolest cars, prizes, camaraderie, and competition you'll find anywhere around. Ask anyone who's come to a Fling event, and they'll tell you the same thing. You'll just have to race it, experience it.
All right, well, Marco, I hear like rumbling and grumbling, and that's generally a good thing after a little bit of a delay. All right, Marco, we're rolling forward, which is good. So let's do this again. We'll start over. 32 cars. In our American Race Cars Todd Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout, Chris Galitti. For Team Rad Torque Tools out of Tumble, Texas, 444 is the dial.
Right side in the orange Corvette Roadster, Corey Jackson. out of Washington, 498 dial. Affair. Lesser of the two red lights was Chris Scalitti. Chris 2 thou on the red side and goes 447 on a 444. Corey was 21 on the red side. Chris Scalitti moving on. Next pair, Doug Foley Jr., left side, 467 dial, out of Mooresville, North Carolina.
Jessica Bogacki, Team Mosier, Carterville, Illinois. Team Mosier, 2 entries, as Luke is also in the American Race Cars Dragster Shootout. Jessica wheeling an American Dragster. 468 is the number. 1 Hun is the difference on the dial-in. Foley has that Hun made up on the starting line, but Jessica is going to get the win as Foley cut Jessica loose and made the wrong decision. Jessica, 26 green, 1 above to light up the win light. Foley was 14 green. He had a little advantage on the starting line, but got down there and parked it, sent Jessica through, and ended up being 5 Hun above. Jessica will move on as Troy Williams Jr. for Team FTI out of Florida. 468 is the dial.
Right side, Dwayne Ringeth, 463 dial, out of Rocky View County, Alberta, Canada. 15 thou separated in reaction time, win light to Ringeth. 001 and 14 thou above, that's 15 total. Troy Williams Jr. was 16, take 2 thou at the stripe, to break out by 3 thou. Dwayne Ringeth moving on. Megan Molinari out of Battleground, Washington on the left side. 419 dial in the blown M&M.
Is that fast? Seems fast. A little bit.
That's fast.
Mark's like, yeah. Scott Lemon for Team Collector Tethers out of Tennessee. Another one of the America Prepared race cars. I mean, I remember Scott Lemon back in the day when he was up in Idaho. Like way, 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 way before you were born. Who had like the killer Chevette. Wheel standing. It was awesome. Green and green. Lemon looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Megan Scott Lemon. 18 green in front by 6 thou at the finish line. Going 466.6 on the 465. Megan Molinari a little bit better on the starting line. 11 green, but a couple Hun above. Going 421 on the 419, but most importantly, 6 thou behind at the stripe as Scott Lemon will be back in round number 2. Left side in the bananas, Andy Schmall. Idaho Falls, Idaho in the Beretta. 598 the dial in for Andy.
Right side, Carson Campbell out of Olympia, Washington in the dragster. 493. By 6 thou. Andy Schmall gonna move on. 009 on the green side and goes 596 on the 598. Left side, Shane Thompson, Silver State Refrigeration Dragster, 456 style out of Henderson, Nevada.
Taking on Dan Northrup. Northrup in the Butkowitz Mobile. Out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. 476, so slight head start for Dan Northrup. Pretty good matchup here in round number 1. The home race for Shane from right down the road. And a true start win for Dan Northrup as both drivers out in front of red, or in front of green. Dan Northrup left first and was 1 thou in front of the green light. Shane Thompson left second, 007 red. Thompson, the more worser of the red lights. And he'll be on the wrong end of that double red light, Dan Northrup. We'll move in around number 2, going 475.8 on that 476, but a true start win for Dan Northrup as Michael Needham over the Las Vegas side of the racetrack. The runner out of Ohio, 5'11" is the dial, be leaving first.
Right side, Dustin Wirtz out of Nampa, Idaho. In the Miller Dragster, 461 dial. So 1 bulb head start, going to go to Michael Needham. In reaction time, win light going to go to Dustin Wirtz. Gets there second, breaks out 12 thou to win the double breakout. Michael Needham goes 508 on the 511. Both drivers were 20 in reaction time. Dustin Wirtz going to move on. Left side, Shane Molinari, the Pro Charged M&M. Going to be dialed at a 405.
Do you know what he ran the first time? 405. Do you know what he ran the second time? 405. I'm just saying. Going to be alongside Jason Pad. Pad 456, so about a 1 bulb head start for the run out of Alberta, Canada. Mullis chassis there for Jason. The wingless dragster for Pad in the Pennzoil side. Molinari in that Pro-Charged monster. Red light start for Jason Pad by 4 thousandths of a second. Molinari, man, such a disappointment, 406.0. The car's just a slug. 178 miles an hour there for Molinari. 22 on the starting line and going to get the win as Jason Pad was red and then 1 above. But it was all over right down there. As Gabby Needham, a dragster out of Ohio, 519. Will be the predicted performance for Gabby here in round number 1.
Right side in the C7 Corvette Roadster, cool hand Luke Bogacki. Going to be dialed at a 485. By 10 thou. Luke gonna move on, 16 on the green side, and goes 5 thou under the 485 dial. Gabby goes dead 9 on the 519 dial. Luke Bogacki gonna move on. So as Mike just reminded me, Luke and his wife Jessica moving on to round number 2. Left side, G-Dub, Gary Williams. 475 dial on the left side.
Pretty good matchup right here in round number 1. Trevor Larson for Larson Farms. That gorgeous brand new Mullis machine for Trevor. I mean, it's Kendra's car. And then Trevor had to, well, you know, Kendra's expecting the child and he timed it just right so he could drive the car all year. Great run there, but Trevor Larson, 5 thou in front, 11 green for Trevor. Gary Williams was 18 on the green light start. They got down there. Rip, tap, all sorts of fun stuff, but Trevor Larson ends up 5 thou in front, 464 on the 462. G-Dub, 19 above, but unfortunately 5 thou shy there at the stripe is Robbie Breeden. And that Las Vegas side out of Ohio. And the pickup, 651 is the dial. Pretty big spread here, Marco, 2 seconds.
That is correct. Right side, Donnie Burleson. 455 dial on the right, out of Texas. Got the pickup and the dragster. 14 thou separate them. Win light gonna go to Robbie Breeden. Robbie was behind at the start, goes 654 on the 651 dial. Donnie Burleson was 24, get their first 47 to break out to thou. Needed to take 45 or less.
I mean, we're looking at those numbers in the last pair right there. I mean, the 48-mile-an-hour spread there at the finish line. So this is what I want, because we'll go over here on I-15. Have your buddy be going 52 miles an hour, and you go 100 miles an hour, and pick a mile marker and try to stick it in front by a couple of inches right at that exact point. That's not easy.
That's an understatement.
I mean, you can totally do it. I absolutely can't do it. I'm old. I can't see very well.
Left side, Andy Taylor, 2018 TNT. The Roots blower, 438 dial.
Give me alongside Jim Glenn. Is it too early for the prediction machine?
It's never too early.
Prediction machine says a dragster from Washington is going to be victorious in this round of racing. The prediction machine is flawless. Flawless. So Jimmy Glenn, Ridgefield, Washington. Talked about it earlier today. Picked up the Super Comp win of the season opening Winter Nationals. 475 is the dial for Jim. I'm sure Jim and Andy have raced each other a time or 20 up there in the Pacific Northwest. We are green and green. Andy Taylor dug himself a little bit of a hole and could not climb out of it. Jim Glenn's 005 snuggled it up to 7th out at the stripe and 3 hun above for Jim Glenn. Dow's 475 goes 478.4. Andy Taylor was 38 on the starting line, gave up 3 hun and just could not make up that difference. Is dead on 8 and just shy down there at the finish line. Jim Glenn, we'll see in round number 2, is Timmy Markaglu out of Staten Island, New York, in that Race Tech prepared machine. 456 the dialing for Timmy.
Right side, Cortland Carter out of Texas, going to be dialed at a 464. Separate them. Win light gonna go to Markaglu. 24 dead 0 on the 456. Cortland was 002, take 28 thou at the stripe to be 6 thou under. Needed to take 22 or less. Elizabeth Salmons, left side out of Ohio, 492 will be the dial.
And Chevy Reeves, out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. The TNT Supercar, 462 is the dial. So Chevy Reeves will be doing the chasing in this pair. But just a little bit more than a half a bulb. Reeves Little advantage on the starting line. You hear the rip, rip, rip down there, and Elizabeth Salmons is going to be 1 thou in front as Chevy Reeves gave it back. 001 green for Reeves, 3 above. Elizabeth Salmons, 22 green. Dialed 492, goes 493.6, but the most important number, the left lane got to the finish line first by 14.10 thou. Reeves, one too many rips down there to get behind. We just needed to have the take. Elizabeth Salmons will move on. It's Taylor Strange. The drag star out of Colorado. 477 is the dial here in round number 1.
Right side, Vinny Domino out of Staten Island, New York. Going to be dialed at a 458. Separate him in reaction time. Win light to Taylor Strange. 006 taking the stripe by 11 thou to be 13 thou above. 19 total. Vinny Domino was dead on 0, but was 30 on the tree. Taylor Strange moving on. All right, Mike, this is our final pair of round 1 of the Todd's Extreme Paint American Race Cars Dragster Shootout. This is a rerun from earlier. Left side, Jansen Melton. Blown M&M, 447 dial.
Going to be inside Mike Rock. Rock out of Napa. In the traffic cone, the undercover machine. This hot rod's for sale. Red light start for Jansen Melton by 9 thou. Mike Rock going to get a free look at 493, and he's going to look at 491.0 at 140 miles an hour after Jansen is red by 9 thou. Is going to grab that time slip, is going to see 448. Now that information will come in handy later on tomorrow. So even though the red light is disappointing, you still get that data acquisition to put in that logbook. That wraps up round number 1. In our American Race Cars, Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout. Come back with 16, which will be random. They will go on a ladder at 8. And they'll go on a ladder at 8 cars. And in theory, I mean, 32 goes to 16, 16 goes to 8, 8 goes to 4, 4 goes to 2. 2 goes to a dragster winner. 5 win lights get you that beautiful machine. Marco, I said I was going to go down and sit in and make race car noises. I think it's a good idea. I mean, I'm pretty sure it has a big cage, right? I fit.
I think so. I'll tell you what, that is one beautiful piece.
Yeah, really like the color combo. Orange, the purple, and the blue. Todd's Extreme Paint, they do a great job putting these machines together for us every year. For that American Race Cars Shootout. So we should have our Larice Motorsports Insurance All-Run Pro Field. Once again, the best reaction time here in session number 2. We'll take home that $300 Crew Chief Pro software certificate, which means I have to pay attention. Every once in a while, we get to pay attention. Marco, thank you. You're going to come back up here for round number 2? Marco says yes. And I miss you already, as Marco's leaving me alone. So Kevin Pollard, right side. In the Camaro. The bad hombre over there on the Pennzoil side. So Pollard's car made an unusual move to the right. He got off the gas. But Pollard is going to set the standard being 11. For that Crew Chief Pro $300 certificate. And I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say 11 is not going to be the final number. Call me crazy. Cole Herbold and Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan for Team K&N out of Ukaipa. And that red Chevelle. Cole out of Texas in the Corvette Roadster. And just like that, Jonathan Fiello goes 004 to the top of the list. See, I told you 11 wasn't going to stand. So 004 is the standard. That has been set. So Gene Hermel and Jeff Rates. And I guarantee I got both of those wrong. Red and red for Gene and Jeff. The Nova out of Texas for Gene is 25 red. Jeff is 008. Red in the Mustang. Let's get that out of the way. Before we have round number 1 tomorrow morning. As Corky Weeks and Eric Daniels. Corky out of Texas in the S10. Eric Daniels from right over there in Chandler, Arizona. And the 76 Vega. As John Floyd Jr. and Wyatt Ezell. Wyatt out of Louisiana in the Ezell Nova. John Floyd Jr. out of Oregon in the 02 Chevrolet. As we are red and red. Jonathan Fiello still leading the way at 004. As I need Group A, my Alpha group, my Abominable group, my Antagonist group. Let's go up in the staging lanes, please. 5 and 6, Group A, for your second run at the racetrack. Let's get you up in lanes 5 and 6, if you would, please. Again, that is Group A. Group A, let's get you up in the lanes. Is Rob Strong. And the Firebirds read by 1 thou. Lucas Walker. And the Love Truck out of Kentucky is 16 green and 529. Rob Strong, after being read by 1 thou, goes 694. So my accommodating group, my awesome group, my amusing group. Group A, let's get you up in the lanes, please. Lanes 5 and 6. For your second run, Group A, get you up in the lanes, if you would, please. That's TJ Loper and Brett Reinke. Reinke out of California is 106 red and 620. TJ Loper out of Old Town, Idaho in the Mustang goes 701. After being 223 green, let's get that out of the system today. We do not want that tomorrow. As Lisa Thomas and Joy Cazzetti in the Joyride. Joy in the Vega out of Whitewater, Colorado. We saw husband John stand his wagon right on the rear bumper there earlier today. Lisa out of Meridian. The big wheels up launch for Lisa and that super clean white 66 Chevy 2. Going 624 at 98 miles an hour. Cazzetti goes 598, 114. The numbers for Joy. Lisa got down there and had a little sachet around 500 feet, and I do believe that Lisa might have got out of the gas before that 660-foot finish line. Is Joe Kidd Jr. and Jeff Taylor. Jeff in the 99 Dodge Dakota pickup truck, and doing that right side, the Pennzoil side of the racetrack, and Joe Kidd Jr. There's going to be 10 red. Jeff Taylor 31 green and 584 for Mr. Taylor at 116 on the speed. Joe Kidd Jr. 10 red and then 622. In his S10 at 110 miles an hour. It's Anthony Matassa and Freddie Jackson. Anthony in the 34 Chevrolet Roadster. I would look spectacular in that thing. As everybody's chasing Jonathan Fielo's 004. As everybody's still chasing Jonathan Fielo's 004, as Freddie Jackson made a big right-hand turn in the right lane, gathered it back in, and goes 643 at 105 miles an hour in that 68 Chevelle from right down the road in Las Vegas. Matassa in the red Roadster is big red, 75 on the red light start, and goes 592 at 112 on the speed for Anthony Matassa. It's Michael Pliska and Henry Roberson. Stickers over there in the Mustang. The Pennzoil side. Mike Pliska, Happy Valley, Oregon, in the Vega. A couple of two just outstanding human beings in those race cars. A couple of nicest people you ever meet. Both Michael and Henry. 009 for Pliska and 631. Roberson, 21 green and 753 for Henry. Follow all of his great racing adventures that he posts about on social media. UPS driver there for Henry is Larry McClanahan and his screaming Cobra Jet. So I believe we are still chasing Jonathan Fiello's 004 best of the session. It's not going to be Larry McClanahan. He was 115 green as he spun of the tire in the Cobra Jet. Right side, the Pennzoil side, 88 green and 657. There on the numbers. That's Howard DeVore and the Hound Dog. The Nova out of Flagstaff. And Steve Roars out of Wisconsin. The 82 Camaro right side. All right, attention in the pit area. Brandon. Now, everybody named Brandon in the pit area is like waiting with bated breath. Brandon McMahon. Brandon McMahon, could you please come to the tower? You have a package that I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say that you want. Brandon McMahon, could you please come to the tower? We have a package for you. It's Howard DeVore. Wheels up and right turn. After being 004. Doing it second. So that makes two 004s. As Steve Roars goes 34 green and 650. As DeVore's off the gas early is Ron Nichols and Larry Lozier. Ron Nichols, the Hammer. Out of Livermore, California, the Big Ols 442. Larry Lozier and the Mino Camino. 80 model year out of Kennewick, Washington. And this is the second time trial session for our Larice Motorsports Insurance all-run field. Here in Pro Eliminator off the bottom. The Hammer is Richard Petty on the starting line. 728, 85 miles an hour for the Hammer. Larry Lozier's 111 at the start and 486. As Dennis Paz and Russell Rowley. Dennis out of Stockton in the 65 model Elko. Russell Rowley, 72 Chevrolet Nova for Rowley Racing. They're in Provo, Utah. Dennis, better on the starting line, 27 green. Russell Rowley, 41,000 on the green light start, 662 for Russell at 103 on the speed, 677 for Dennis at 98.68 there on the mile an hour. Is Ricky Duschel and Cliff Hall. Ricky out of Palmdale, the white on black 69 Camaro, Cliff Hall. In his 64 Ford Falcon. And that guy has won a thing or two, a time or 20. It's pretty good off the bottom in this part of the world. Terrorizes the fields up there at Sacramento. And I'm sure he'll do the same over at Reading Dragway. 16 green is going to leave second in this pair. Cliff Hall, 10th out on the starting line in 647. At 106 miles an hour, Ricky Duschel, 16 green and 626. Here in the second run of our Larice Motorsports Insurance All-Run Pro Field at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by our friends at Optimum Batteries. This is Michael Jackson. The 79 model year El Camino. So we get Michael lined up in the groove. It's David Phillips. With the assist. We're working on getting everybody entered into the system. We apologize for not having everybody on file here early on the Thursday, or early on the Tuesday, excuse me. I guess it's not really early on Tuesday. We're here 4 o'clock. 628 for Michael Jackson. He's 100. They're on the reaction time, and he'll definitely want to be starting something sooner in round number 1 of eliminations. 8:21 on the green light. Start over on the Pennzoil side. Get that out of the system right now. 674 at 101 on the speed is John Crabtree and Chuck Elder. Chuck in the 79 Chrysler out of Arizona. Going to be read by 99 Thou. John Crabtree out of Las Vegas. In his 86 Camaro is a $137 on the green light and 736. At 93 miles an hour, 740 for Chuck. Big heavy Chrysler, 92 miles an hour. There for Mr. Elder. This is Noel Cuevas out of San Ysidro. Green 71 Camaro and Danny Valdez out of Bakersfield. 65 Chevy 2. And Group A. You guys are filling in the staging lanes nicely. Greatly appreciate that. Danny Valdez goes 004, and that makes 3. Noel Cuevas was 104 on the green light, starting 8:17. Just 77 miles an hour is Jeff Mack and Linda Valdez. So we just saw Steve go 004. Let's see somebody like Rip 002. Or better, Jeff Mack, 82 green. Linda Valdez out in front. 20 thou on the red light start, 692 at 100 miles an hour for Linda Valdez here in our second rotation in our Larice Motorsports Insurance All-Run Pro Field. Jeff Mack, 82 green for the hometown Las Vegas, Nevada. 73 Nova. Goes 728 at 90 miles an hour. There's Jay Greiner and the 74 Ventura out of South San Francisco, and David Meyer, the Machine, and the Cavalier out of Sheridan. Going to be first off the line, 32 green for David Meyer, and 556 at 126 miles an hour. 691 for Jay, was 37 on the green light start at 97 miles an hour. Pretty solid Larice Motorsports Insurance all-run pro field here at the Fling, as Tim O. Moore and Larry Scarth. Tim O. Moore out of Tucson, Arizona, had one heck of a West Coast Bracket Races event over at Tucson Dragway. He was your $50,000 winner. And Larry Scarth in the S10, always jovial, is Larry Scarth. As I'm looking at the flags down there at 660 feet, and man, it is just ripping from left to right. Tim O'More not ready to go at the drop of the green. 684 for Scarth, was 32 thou on the start. Goes at 684 at 97 miles an hour. Tim O'More was 1107 with that 88 Camaro. That goes 703, just shy of 110 miles an hour, 109 the mile an hour. As Austin Hockaday, the 82 Mustangs, 005 Monty Beagle. Just that super clean 33 Ford. The coupe out of High River, Alberta, Canada. 18 green and 592 there for Monty Beagle. Austin, after being 005 in the Mustang, goes 775. As we've had 3 004s and a 005. It's getting the best reaction time here in session number 2 of our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. He's going to get that $300 certificate courtesy of Crew Chief Pro Software as Joe Aller and Kelly Hockaday. Kelly out of Meade, and then 64 Ford Falcon out of Colorado. 25 green, 654.7 for Kelly. Joe in that yellow 71 Camaro out of Mountain Home, Idaho. Does a lot of racing with the new crew up there at Firebird Raceway. In Eagle, Idaho, is red by 31,000, then goes 624 at 112 on the speed. It's Tim Aller. And the 74 Ventura out of Mountain Home. And Kyle Lapire. Kyle out of Middleton, Idaho. It's like an all Firebird Raceway Saturday night pro eliminator matchup. Kyle, 19 green, better on the starting line. Tim is 201. Definitely will need to be much more gooder tomorrow in round number 1. After Kyle is 19 green, goes 718 at 94 miles an hour. Tim, 201 on the green light start at 716. They're through 660 feet as Kyle Fritz and Scott Taylor. So Kyle Fritz is a very particular procedure. Does the burnout, pulls up, stops, opens up the door. We were joking about, like, we think that he licks his finger and sticks his finger up to, like, try exactly tell which way the wind's blowing. And he's like, yep, we're good. Shuts the door and moves forward. The Torco Race Fuels team car. And Scott Taylor, a black 66 Chevelle out of Columbia Falls, Montana. 005 for Scott Taylor. Good, but not good enough. Kyle Fritz is 10 red. And goes that number on the board that we can't talk about. There's 3 of them. And it's the number between 5 and 7. And it's like what 2 times 3 is. Scott Taylor's 005 and 672 when he grabs that time slip at 100.91 miles an hour as John Tripp. That 68 Dodge Dart out of Golden, Colorado. So John left side. As John decided he wanted to be a lot closer to the Christmas tree. So just a little bit of a heads up. Word from the track staff is that after this round of pro, we're going to do a little sweepy sweep down there to the racing surface before we start Group A. So Group A, you're not like in a massive hurry. This John Tripp is 11 green. Cowboy down there, I believe he just said 7 pair and a single is what we have left in our Larice Motorsports Insurance All-Run Pro Field. Tripp is 11 green in the dart and 576. Now Pennzoil side 22 green and 636. As Brian Lapire out in front of green by 3 thou. And Nicky Thomas in the S10, 25 green and 6:30. When Nicky grabs that time slip, Brian in the Chevelle out of Mountain Home is 003 red and 6:42 as Butch Blair. Butch is 17 green and goes 680 through 660 feet. Take a gander down there at the Pennzoil side as we're 43 on the starting line, but then just 941 at only 49 miles an hour. Make sure we got enough momentum to get up the hill. Chug it, chug it, chug it, chug it, chug. We get that first turn off, I do believe so. Let's make that left turn at Albuquerque. Clear. As we send Steve Kelly in the right side. Again, we're working feverishly to get everything entered. Steve Kelly out of Washington. 22 on the green light, starting that 67 Camaro with 642. At 105 miles an hour, 596 are in the Las Vegas side, 115. They're on the speed. As Mr. Nick Hastings is 23 green and 609 for Nicholas. To our 12 green left side and 628. Darren Taylor and Mr. Justin Lamb. Lamb in the Cobalt. In his stunning development. Brought that bad boy out and took a ride to a win. Justin, Team Silver State, etc., etc. Matco Tools, 27 green for Justin, 564. At 119 on the speed, Darren Taylor. At Rigby, Idaho in the Nova, 45 red and 632. At 108 on the speed. As Larry Lozier and Tana Taylor. Tana in session number 1 was 0-0-0 on the starting line, which is like the whole point. Larry out of Washington, the El Camino. As after this pair, we will do the tractor parade on the racing surface here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway before we send Group A out on the racing surface. Tana, 34 green. And 670 for the Mustang out of Idaho. They're Tana Taylor. And Larry Lozier, 279 green. 804 at 83 miles an hour in the El Camino. So we'll have some quiet time here on the racing surface. You do a little sweepy, little draggy, and whatever else the team at Las Vegas Motor Speedway would like to do to keep their racing surface in a pristine racing condition. So a few moments of quiet time on the racing surface. We get back at it. We'll start our second rotation in Group A.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
For those who don't settle when others do. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
It's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. It's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
At different skill sets, different skill levels on where they're at. The goal on this, and I'll stay on here as long as you guys want, is to give you guys, no matter what skill set you're at, a foundation, just a couple of foundational points to build a foundation for you as a racer, regardless of what skill set you're at. And one foundation point, I'll call it, is keeping a very simple game plan. The simply, like a game, like Mike, it sounds like you don't hold too much. Maybe your game plan is, all right, I know I can cover my number. I'm probably going one under, let's just say. And I can relate to this because early 2000s at ACO, I ran a weekend like this, and it was real simple. I said to myself, if I can get to the stripe first, I'm going to get there by as little as I can. Because if I'm not going to get, if I see he's getting there, I'm just going to bail out a hundredth and a half. I wasn't holding much. I was killing a tree, and I did great. But even with all the tools I have in my toolbox, weapon, so to speak, that was the simple game plan I chose to use for that day, for that weekend. And I think if you can just simplify it more, and it sounds like you're kind of getting ahead of yourself as you're going down the track, and you're overcomplicating, and it's turned into second guessing. Just keep it really, really simple. Okay.
Good morning. So we are getting ready to go racing for a nice payday here at Gallant Motorsports Park here at the Rad Torque Systems Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries.
One of the best races of the whole year for me. I don't care if it's not $1 million, but it's $1 million to me.
All right, so Jonathan Fiello was our winner of our $300 certificate, courtesy of Crew Chief Pro Software, the best reaction time in that test and tune session for the Larice Motorsports Insurance All-Run Pro Field. 004 was the best light. 3 did it. Jonathan did it first. So congratulations to Jonathan. Best reaction time, 004. That Larice Motorsports Insurance, second rotation of our all-run pro field. We'll get that $300 certificate courtesy of our friends at Crew Chief Pro. Tractors are off the racing surface. Get a little spray down. PJ1. The next machine's out on the racing surface will be our Group A competitors. My round number 2 of my American race cars, Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. You guys are on standby. Should be making your final preparations. So Group A, second rotation, we start off with Glenn Dilday. And I absolutely love the typo on the computer. Ryan Gleghorn, Tyan Greghorn. I mean, Tyan Gleghorn might be the alias. We'll have to do some research. Maybe Tyan is Ryan's alter ego. Gleghorn, 19 red. Glenn Dilday, 3 zeros on that Las Vegas scoreboard and goes 548, 126. As Ryan Gleghorn goes 661 at 102. All right, let's get my round number 2. American Race Cars, Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout up in lane 7 and 8, please. There's 16 of you. Get up in the lanes, please. Round number 2 of my American Race Cars. Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout up in the staging lanes, please. As Bodie Bennett and Greg Christensen. Christensen is Reggie Jackson on the starting line, 44 and 578. At 118 on the speed, Bodie Bennett. Shallow Water, Texas, the Miller prepared machine, is 36 green and 455. As once again, I need my shootout. Round number 1 winners. There's 16 of you coming back around. Get up in the lanes, please. 16 of you left. As Chance Parker and David Beckwith. Beckwith in the Malibu. Rancho Cucamonga. Lance Parker in the non-Malibu. Blue drag strata, Roy, Utah, 493. On the elapsed time for Chance, 17 on the green light start. Beckwith is 23 green and 747. Roy, Utah, the hometown for Chance Parker. Also the city that I was born. And for some odd reason, there is no street named after me, and that's really disappointing. It's KJ DeSaw and Diane Pettit. And coming down from Washington, as you see, husband Tim back alongside on the right-hand side of Diane's machine, KJ. From right down over there, North Las Vegas. KJ, 48 thou on the reaction time here in run number 2. Diane's 21 green and in Las Vegas. That's works out a lot of times. If you're so inclined to sit down at the tables, I'm going to go 541 at 125 miles an hour for Diane Pettit as Ted Seipel. That's Georgia's guy. There for Ted on the Las Vegas side of the racetrack, and Tanner Theobald for the Theobald Motorsports Conglomerate. Sister Lindsay back behind Tanner. About Ted, 85 years old, 006. Tanner is 009, 480. There for Tanner Theobald. Ted Seipel goes 619, 111. There for Mr. Seipel. As Tony Burton and Brian Bennett will be our next pair. And my 16 competitors in my American race cars. Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. Need you in the staging lanes, please. And we are random this round. We'll go in the ladder at 8 cars. Tony Burton is green, like really green, like 287 green and 468. Brian Bennett is 33 on the green light start. Hey, being from Texas, Tony Dorsett on the starting line. Unlike Brian Bennett needs to head downtown. I mean, 330 or 3-3 on the starting line, and then 4-4-4-4. There's like a good vibe going there for Brian Bennett. As Keith Camblin and Thomas Bear. Keith out of Littleton, Colorado. Thomas Bear. Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. Lucas Oil. Young man out of Cherry Valley in the state of California. Double 04 is going to be second off the starting line. But first to the finish line, Keith Campbell, 004 on the green light, 4:53. The elapsed time at 152 miles an hour. Thomas Bear's 003 and 4:96 when he grabs that time slip after making the left-hand turn. Exiting the racing surface is Bradley Johnson and Steve White. Young man over in that Las Vegas lane is prime time. For Bradley Johnson, most prepared machine for Bradley and that team. And Steve White out of Ventura, California. Brand new Danny Nelson machine. Penzo side. 004 for Steve White. And 496. 452 for Bradley Johnson after being 37 at the start. Sean Reichenbach and Matt Lee. Sean out of Washington in the Avenger. And Matt Lee out of Missouri. Racecraft prepared dragster. So Sean left side. Matt Lee over on the right side. Penzo side of the racetrack. Eek. Matt Lee's 22 green and Sean is 22 plus like 253 to be 275 on the green light start and 566 for Sean and the Avenger. Matt Lee 4890 is what Matt will look like when he looks at the time slip. As Mark Kidd and Austin Calhoun. Mark for Kidd Performance and Dyno, the undercover prepared dragster for Mr. Kidd, and Austin Calhoun out of Covington, Washington, the Spitzer prepared dragster for Austin. Doug Johnson and Jesse D. Bartolo. Doug out of Pleasant Grove, Utah, 006-475 there for Mr. Johnson. Jesse D. Bartolo out of Washington, 32 green and 583. That's Tom Clark and Ryan Harem. Again, we are in Group A, my 16 competitors in my American Race Cars Todd Extreme Paint category are in the lanes. Harem is 12 green and 560. That's Scott Holbrook and Dave Jackson. Holbrook out of Walla, Washington. And the undercover prepared dragster, Dave Jackson. Also out of Washington in the Corvette Roadster, 4997 for Dave. And that bright orange hot rod, 140 on the mile an hour, 515 for Scott Holbrook, 132. There on the speed is Trenton Bann and Sean Page. Trenton just misses perfection. 001 on the red light start. As we're all Idaho in this pair, Sean Page is 005 on the green side and 612 at 111 on the speed after Trent was out in front by 1,000. He goes 494. As Jeff Serra and Gary Wombolt. Literally, like, anybody in like the last year been more impressive than Jeff Serra? It's been pretty good. Gary Wombolt out of Colorado. Blue 78 Camaro for Gary. .005 for Sarah at the Rip. 462, 149, the numbers for Mr. Sarah, Gary Wombolt. Is 35 red and 653. As Kevin Shearer and Dave Secondy. Kevin Shearer left side. Dave Secondy with the ever popular Derek Jeter reaction time, 002 and 472 at 146 miles an hour. Kevin Shearer was not 002 on the starting line. He was 191. 4602 for Kevin. At 149 on the speed is Chris Johnston and Shane Thompson. Like, well, everybody, like, drove, towed, etc. Chris Johnson got an airplane and flew here this morning. Cheater. Chris out of Keyport, Washington. Silver 69 Camaro for Chris. Chris, a good dude. Speaking of good dudes, alongside Shane Thompson, Team Silver State. Shane out of Henderson, Nevada, 18 on the green light start. 497 for Mr. Thompson, as tomorrow will be Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Wednesday here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. As David Chun and Alejandro Diaz. Alejandro out of Escobedo Nueva, Leona, Mexico. David Chun, not from Escobedo Nueva, Leona, Mexico, but from Vancouver, Washington. David, 13 green and 529. Alejandro, 39 on the green light start and 476. Seth Zermano and Kevin Burnett. Kevin out of Parker, Colorado. Seth, 005 on the green light, starting the dragster, goes 478, 143. Kevin out of Parker and the Knot 62 GTO. Goes 525, 131. That's Michael Otis and Steve Glenn. As I believe we have the pair on the line and the pair in the box, and we're going to go right into round number 2. It's Marco Paravaleris is sliding on in. It's Otis out of Parker, Colorado. Steve Glenn from literally right over there in Las Vegas. Better off the starting line. 008 and 434 for Steve Glenn. Michael Otis is 17 green and 4902 is final pair. Before our little break to run round number 2 of our American race cars, Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout, Austin Williams and Andy Taylor. Austin in the Bronco. Over on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack out of Texas. And Andy Taylor, Belfair, Washington. The S10 pickup truck. Just love Austin's Bronco. It's just fun. 30 green for Austin. The young man goes 590, 114 on the speed. Andy Taylor, 598. They're in a pickup, 114 on the speed, as that's going to bring us to our break. So we're going to move right into round number 2 of our American race cars, Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. You win this round, which is random. We're going to ladder you up at 8 cars. We'll start off with a really good one here in round number 2. Chris Galitti, Tumble, Texas for Rad Torque Systems. The American Prepared Dragster, 447 is the dial-in for Chris Galitti there, Marco Paravaleris.
Right side, Scott Lemon, also in an American Prepared Dragster, 467. 31 thou separate them. One of them is perfect and is going to get the win light. Scott Lemon, perfect, get their first 17 thou to win the double breakout. Goes 465 on the 67. Chris Scaliti goes 443 on the 447. Scott Lemon moving on after being perfect. Left side, Timmy Markaglu, 456 dial out of Staten Island, New York in the Race Tech.
And Jessica Bogacki for Team Mosier. Team, this is Bracket Racing Elite. Jessica, 469. The opportunity to lead first. Jessica looking over the left. Here comes Tim Markaglu. Markaglu on a double breakout. I'm sensing a pattern as we are looking at the flags down there, Marco. Tim, 31 green and under by 21 thou. Jessica was 28 green, just a slight starting line advantage. And under by 3 Hun. Tim Markaglu ends up on the right side of a double breakout as Robbie Breeden out of Ohio. And the pickup truck, 651 is the dial for Robbie, going to leave in first.
Right side, Jim Glenn in the Casey Lane Dragster, 475 dial. Separate them, win light to Jim Glenn. 15 get there first, 19 thou to go 476 on the 475. Robbie Breeden behind on the start, goes 652 on the 651. Jim Glenn moving on after getting the slight hole shot win light. Left side, Shane Molinari, the Pro Charged M&M Dragster, 405.
Alongside Mike Rock. In the traffic cone, Napa, Idaho's hot rod is for sale. Undercover prepared dragster for Rock, 491 is the dial. We are off and away. Rock out in front. Here comes Shane. Mike Rock will get the win, 492 on the 491. Molinari, a little bit better on the starting line, was 14 green, had a Hun on the starting line, did Molinari. Dow's 405, goes 409 at 176. Just couldn't get there. Mike Rock, one above, is good enough on the mathematical equation to get the win light. Las Vegas side of the racetrack, Andy Schmall in the Beretta out of Idaho Falls for Team Fastronics, 596 the dial for Andy.
Right side, Danny Northrup, the Race Tech Dragster, 476 dial out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. Separate him, win light. Gonna go to Andy Schmall, 12, take 12 at the stripe to go 13 thou above. Danny Northrup, slight advantage was 007, but goes 479 on the 476. Might have cut him loose a little bit. Andy Schmall, moving on. Taylor Strange, left side out of Colorado in the Racecraft Dragster, 477.
Give me alongside Dustin Wirtz. Dusty Buckets out of Napa, Idaho. Pennzoil side of the racetrack, 460. As we watch those flags from up here, Marco, early in the round, they were hanging basically straight down, and the wind has decided to freshen up again just a little bit. Gave us a slight reprieve. But always challenging weather conditions here at the Strip. Taylor's green. Dustin Wirtz is green. Win light, Taylor Strange. 005 on the starting line, taking 6th out the stripe to go 478.3 on the 477. Taylor Strange was really good down here, really good down there. Dustin Wirtz was 15 green, dead on 9, 24 total, and had no shot. It's Elizabeth Salmons, Las Vegas side of the racetrack out of Ohio. The rear engine dragster, 492 the dial in for Elizabeth.
Right side, Dwayne Ringeth in the TNT out of Rocky View County, Alberta, Canada. Going to be dialed at a 464.
All right, so first things first, we were talking about places you got to go. Do you have a passport?
I do not.
Okay, so we got to get you a passport so we can get you to Canada. That's your first assignment when you come back after the fling. Passport. They're good for 10 years. Just get one.
All right.
You never know when you last minute trip to Mexico and you need your passport.
Elizabeth is 14 thou on the red side. Dwayne Ringeth 005 goes 461 on the 464. Gonna move on. Final pair of round 2 of the Todd's Extreme Paint American Race Cars 32 car dragster shootout. After this pair, we'll whittle it down to 8. Left side, we got Cool Hand Luke Bogacki in the C7 Roadster, 485 dial.
Alongside Trevor Larson. For Larson Farms, Glenwood, Minnesota, the brand new Mollis prepared machine. Again, you turn on a wind light here. We're laddering at 8 cars. Let's get you on the ladder. A real good matchup here. You got to like with real good matchup, and we're identical on the starting line. Both drivers are 10 green, and Luke sticks it dead on 6 to illuminate the win as Team Bogacki takes 2 cars into the ladder. Right? Because Jessica won, if I remember correctly. But Mark was like, I don't think so. Now you're making me question, which I'm old and senile, and you're probably right because you're young and vibrant. Luke being 10 green and dead on 6 to be 16 total. Trevor Larson was 10 green, 15 thou above, but 9 thou behind to the finish line as your Super Gas champion of the world in 2021. Gets it down to 8 cars. And the American Race Cars, Todd's Extreme Paint dragster shootout here on Advanced Product Design Time Trial Tuesday. There's all sorts of stuff going on. That's final pair, right?
That was the final pair, and I'll tell you what, Mike, there was some very disciplined finish line driving. I would say over half the pairs took 00 at the finish line.
Are you surprised?
No.
No. Full agreement. So that will wrap up round number 2. We'll move back into our rotation. I believe we are still in Group A. Easy to tell when it's Group A because the car numbers start with Group A. Or start with an A. Not with Group A, but start with an A. So 5 different groups. We have our Larice Motorsports Insurance All-Run Pro Field. Then we have Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. A little bit of a change of the format for the fling events with the double entries. All right, I'm going to move out of the way. Marco Perevileris is going to run through some pairs in the Group A. And this is a pretty important run for these guys. This tomorrow morning we're going right into round number 1 of eliminations. This is our last chance of some data acquisition before we get ready for Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday there, Marco.
All right, going to start off Group A with a couple of door cars. Left side, Race Kid in the 67 Chevy 2 out of Boise, Idaho. Right side, Hank Pramov out of Colorado in the Vega. Race Kid goes 590 at 116. Hank goes 568 at 123 after being 008 on the green side. Aaron G, left side in the dragster. Right side, Jeremy Heffler in the Chevy 2. Aaron G, 9 on the red side and goes 468 at 147. Jeremy Heffler goes 007, 616 at 109. Bryson Scruggs and Dan Bain. Bryson in the dragster on the left side. Dan Bain in the 69 Camaro Super Street car. Bryson goes 457 at 151. Dan goes 537 at 129. Want to thank everybody for tuning in on BANGshift. Collaboration between Chad Reynolds and Warren Evans. Shout out to both of them for putting together this live feed. We are in the middle of Advanced Product Design Tuesday. Rob White goes 516 at 131. Rod Taylor goes 529 at 129. Left side, Spencer Massey. 71 Nova. Right side, Bryson Parks in the dragster. Bryson goes 499 at 136. Spencer goes 640 at 107. J.R. Learcamp on the left side. Brian Kennedy on the right. 007 for Brian and goes 455 at 151. JR goes 474 at 146. Left side, Chris Whitfield. Right side, Mikkel McQueen. Whitfield coming off a win at the NHRA Division 7 event here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway this weekend in Super Comp. .006 on the red side for Chris. Mikkel is 002 and goes 486 at 139. Chris goes 470 at 147. Nacho Rivera in the Mustang on the left side. Right side, Jason Pad in the Love Truck. Got Sonora, Mexico on the left side. And Alberta, Canada on the right. Appreciate each and every one of you coming across all over the United States, as well as Mexico, Canada, and even Alaska. Nacho goes 648 at 106. Jason Pad goes 611 at 110 after being 003 on the green side. Raymond Harshbarger, left side, out of Montana. Right side, Mark Lalonde in the Camaro out of Arizona. Raymond goes 484 at 142. Mark Lalonde goes 560 at 121. Left side, Stan Essery out of Alberta, Canada in the M&M Dragster. Right side, Michael Miller out of New Mexico in the Brogy Roadster. Stan 005 on the red side, Michael's 006 green. 580 at 129 for Michael. Stan goes 466 at 146. Luis Cantu, the left side. Right side, Rogelio Temez. Luis goes 505 at 136. Rogelio goes 832 at 84. Dalton Garreau on the left side. out of Canada. Dalton goes 491 at 138. Right side, driver not on file, goes 452 at 152. Ryan Stifler in the Chevelle on the left side. Right side, Gilberto Leal, part of Team Mexico in the dragster on the right. Gilberto's 001 green and goes 444 at 155. Ryan goes 531 at 130. Racers, your attention please. Group B, as in boy. If you have a sticker with starting with the letter B, we will now take you to the staging lanes for your second session. Emiliano Lopez, 5 thou on the red side. Hector Delago, 007 and goes 656 at 105. Emiliano goes 476 at 143. So once again, Group B to the staging lanes for your second session. Alberto Sevda Jr. on the left side in the dragster. Right side, Owen Duffield. Next pair, Phil Unruh in the Camaro Roadster, coming off of a win at the NHRA Division 7 race at the strip at LVMS this past weekend. He was 000 in the final round. Right side, Don Sefton. We got quite a few blown dragsters out here. Don is 004 and goes 441 at 159. Phil goes 612 at 143. Coming off the throttle stop.
You know, in addition to that, I think it's awesome how many racers ran the national and divisional and are here again for week number 3.
3 weeks
Just
in a row.
awesome. It's great.
That is a long time to be racing. A lot of dedication. We especially appreciate each and every one of you that raced the previous 2 weeks and decided to stick around.
And it's great to see the support for both, the NHRA side of things and the bracket racing side of things. To see that support is just A+.
Absolutely, and all these bracket racers that are traveling across the country to make it for the K&N Spring Fling Million. Like I was saying earlier, and out of the country. Marlon Goats and Gilberto 003 and goes 449 at 154. Marlon goes 667 at 122. Carl Jones and Dylan Haug. Carl in the Camaro Roadster. If you look closely, got a little Roots blower sticking out the hood. Double 01 green, Dylan Howe. He goes 454 at 152. Carl's 19 green and goes 536 at 142. Jesse Bepley and Corey Needham. Jesse goes 513 at 133. Corey goes 535 at 126. How about that Nova wagon for Leslie Grissom? Got some patina. And it's even got a luggage rack on top. And Paul Lorton in the Vega on the right-hand side. Paul Lorton brings it back into the groove after getting a little close to the wall. Leslie Grissom goes 686 at 98. Brings up Greg Hicks and Leroy Duran. Greg goes 467 at 147. Leroy goes 5 flat at 137. Scotty Richardson on the left side in the Chevy 2. Right side, Roger Sauter in the Barracuda. Scotty Richardson was the winner of the 2020 Spring Fling Million that was held at Bristol Dragway. 2 years later, making the trip out to Las Vegas. Scott's 13 green and goes 607 at 110. Roger, after being 006 green, goes 557 at 123. Brings up another former Spring Fling Million winner, Randall Reed. He was the winner of the 2018 Spring Fling Million here at Las Vegas. In the pickup, right side, Shannon Bepley in the Miller Dragster. How about Shannon? 003 for Randall. Shannon goes 449 at 155. Randall goes 634 at 107. Left side, Carson Wheeler. Right side, Troy Grant. Carson is 007 and goes 460 at 151. Troy goes 481 at 142. J.J. Cook and Sean Taylor. JJ goes 498 at 138. Sean goes 526 at 120. Left side, Marco Abruzzi, driving one of the Galitti dragsters. Right side, Chris Northup, sharing that dragster with Race Kid. Happy birthday to Race. Side and goes 471 at 145. Marco goes 460 at 148. Donnie Burleson and Michael Pennington, both drivers out of Texas. I was just reminded by Mike Ames that Michael Pennington was perfect on the tree in the first session and won a Regale's Hood Scoop. See how close he can get on the second session. Here in Advanced Product Design, Tuesday, testing Tuesday. Goes 11 on the tree and 468 at 148. Donnie goes 455 at 152. Left side, Robbie Gear. Right side, Peeps Pennington. Mentioned 2 previous Spring Fling Million winners. Peeps Pennington was the 2019 Spring Fling Million winner here in Las Vegas. Robbie goes 448 at 153. Peeps goes 465 at 147. Left side, Madison Payne. Right side, Philip Pennington. 3 Pennington brothers running in line. Madison goes 453 at 152. Philip goes 489 at 140. Left side goes 450 at 153, driver not on file. Right side, Dennis Lithgow, after being 4th out on the red side, goes 466 at 147. Donovan Williams on the left side, coming fresh off of 100,000 win race, and goes 002,
Of course.
475 at 144.
Of course. When you're rolling, you're rolling.
Cassie Pennington, it's a good lap herself, 11 on the tree, 468 at 146. When you're on, you're on.
So speaking of Vinny Domino, we'll get back to this later. Vinny and Troy Williams Jr. Vinny for Team Namidia Dragway. Troy Williams Jr. for Team FTI. Vinny out in front of green by 16th thou. Troy Williams Jr. 11th thou on the green light start. Vinny goes 4:55. Troy Williams 11 green on 4:78. Here in run number 2 is Steve Shearer and hashtag 26 Sugar Shane Carr. Shane Carr, 13 green, 4:57.1, 151 on the mile an hour. There for hashtag 26, Steve Shearer out of Azalea, 19 green and 4:87 is Aaron Steinke and Blake Johnson. Steinke out of Alberta, Canada, TNT Supercar over in the Las Vegas side. Blake Johnson, Arvada, Colorado on the undercover machine. Aaron Steinke, 97 green. Blake Johnson, 29 on the red light start. 4:67 for Blake, 148 the mile an hour. Steinke, after being a little bit tardy, goes 4:53, 153. There's 53 all over the place. Mark, was there 53 on a roulette wheel? No. Steinke had like 53s all over the place. Needed to get on that. As Dan Lafferty and Kyler Hergemiller. For Lafferty Drilling and Blasting, they're in the Camaro Roadster. For Daniel, Kyler out of Brighton, Colorado. Lafferty's 14 green in the Roadster, 474. For Dan, at 147. Like Lafferty, I believe, is the president of the Chamber of Commerce up there in Wendell, Idaho. In what is a very unusual burnout. For Alfonso Vitti. Out of Allende Nuevo, Leon in Mexico, and Dan Northrup out of Pennsylvania in the Camaro. We saw Northrup pulling double duty in the dragster shootout, was defeated in round number 2 of that special event, as we are going to give away that beautiful American prepared race car. It's just to the left of the starting line, as we are down to 8 cars. Speaking of those 8 cars, you have been summoned to the staging lanes and you are on a ladder. Scotty Lemon, Andy Schmall, Dwight Ringuth, Mike Rock, Taylor Strange, Jim Glenn, and Luke Bogacki and Tim Markoglu are our matchups at 8 cars. Once again, Scott Lemon, Andy Schmall. Andy with the lone door car left. Dwight Ringuth, the runner out of Canada, and Mike Rock in the traffic cone. Taylor Strange, Jim Glenn, a Colorado versus Washington match, and Luke Bogacki and Timmy Markoglu. Well, Luke is also in a door car, but a roadster. But still a door car with no doors. Dan Northrup, 59 on the green light, and 598, Alfonso. There was all sorts of shenanigans and tomfoolery there. Will not get any time here in the second session as Zach Mazier. And $2 million 1 year, Jeff Verdi. So I think, like, up here with Marco, he knows a thing or two about a lot of stuff. So, like, of the last, 10 years, Jeff Verdi's winning both millions in 1 year. Like top 5 accomplishment in racing.
Without a doubt.
Zach Nazier, 009, and, Jeff Verdi's pretty good. He's 003. 598, 4, 114 there for Jeff Verdi. Zach Mazier, 486, 141. I mean, if you think about, racing accomplishments, I mean, Verdi winning both millions in 1 year, that's up there on the list. I mean, I could be speaking out of school, but I was always impressed with Tom Bear a few years ago, won Super Comp and Super Gas the same year in Division 7 just because of how many good racers there are in those two categories to win the division in the same year. That's really tough. What stands out? Do you think about, impressive things that happened? As I'm putting you on the spot.
Those are both very impressive accomplishments. But, man, there's just so many of them. I'd need a minute to think about that, Mike.
How about the last, 12 months if you're Jeff Serra?
Yep, Jeff Serra ran himself in the final of the Columbus Summer Fling. That was pretty spectacular.
Okay, and then he did. Seemed like every week Sarah was picking up a big check there for, 8 months straight. The guy was on a roll. Johnny Zell is 008 on the starting line and 460 there for JBR. Gabby Needham, 39 green, and the dragster out of Ohio goes 521 at 132. It's going to be final car down the racetrack before we do a little down there. With Gary Williams. 469 for G-Dub for Team FTI. 004, 469 there for Gary Williams. So we see the tractors on the racing surface. We're going to have some quiet time for just a little bit before we pull our next group up and around, be Group B.
All right, attention racers. Attention racers, a schedule update while it's quiet. Racers, while it's quiet, wanted to give you a schedule update. So we are in the middle of session number 2. We have a great crowd here, and after the second time run session, we are going to call it a night. So I see this going probably to about 8:30 or 9 o'clock, but we're going to give 2 complete sessions. So if you already made your 2 runs, you're good for the night. If you just showed up, we'll try to work with you and get you 2 runs. But after the second session, we're going to call it a night, and then we're going to crown a champion in the American shootout, and then we're going to start racing for real tomorrow in the Silver State 30K. So once again, 2 sessions. After the second session, that's going to be it. So if you already made your 2 runs, you can relax, go downtown, or do as you wish. Thanks.
So let it be written, so let it be said. 2 runs and done. So if you're in Group A, Jason Mercer and George Lewis. Ken Suio in the Capri out of Oregon City, Oregon. The bad dude in Division 6, man. 004 there for Ken Suio. 008 on the red light. Start over on the Pennzoil side. 625, 110 the numbers. Ken Suio, 582 at 116. As Dennis Bauer. Tatis Armenta Jr., 641, after being 006 for Team Mexico at 105 miles an hour. Dennis Bauer out of Dolores, Colorado. 41 on the green light start, and 574 is when you talk about Dolores, Colorado. Obviously, there's a Seinfeld reference there. John Floyd Jr. and John Tabak. Tabak in the S10 out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia. John Floyd Jr., Gresham, Oregon. The 72 Nova there on the Las Vegas side. That's the left side. Floyd out in front of green by 35 thou. John Tabak, 51 on the green light, starting to go 695.5 for the S10 out of Canada. 97.90 on the speed. John Floyd Jr., 772. They're at 87 miles an hour. Is Dick Vandermeer and Randy Cloud. Randy out of Galt in the X Bill Botello Mustang. Dick Vandermeer in the Grand Am. Dick and Kathy and the team, Boise Valley Towing, 26 green there for Mr. Vandermeer and 488. The numbers, Randy Cloud, 11 on the starting line. And 597, let's see, so earlier, Hannah was 005 in the dragster. The birthday boy, Justin Hoff, was 004 in the dragster, and Vandermeer's 26 green here. So I do believe that the trailer sweeping out duties thus far in the Vandermeer camp will be Dick Vandermeer's responsibility. It was Larry Ball and Andy Schmall. Larry out of Napa, the C10 Chevrolet, Jamie, I'm sorry. So Jamie in the Nova for Team Fastronics, 662 after Jamie was 24 on the green light start, 101 on the speed. As Andy is walking back to the Banana, getting ready for his matchup with Scott Lemon. I'm missing Taylor Strange. Taylor Strange, one car is who we're missing for our American race cars. Todd Extreme Paint Shootout. Larry Ball is 21 green and 636. There alongside Jamie Small is Parker Theobald. In the Stalker, his Barracuda, and Terry Wilcox out of Lake Taps. Up there in Washington, the 2010 Chevrolet Corvette. Wilcox 008 on the green light start. Parker 14 green and 653 at 124 miles an hour. Terry Wilcox using the throttle stop, 694 at 123 on the mile an hour. Once again, Taylor Strange, you are my missing shootout car. Need you up in the lanes if you would, please. George Meyer and BP Brad Pierce. George out of Brainerd, Minnesota in the Malibu. Brad Pierce in the not Malibu white 63 Corvette. 14 green there for Brad. Meyer is 82 red and 621 on the elapsed time. 114 on the speed. 549.0 there for Brad Pierce. Debbie and Alden, sure watching the live feed. Cheering for the DAD. As Keith Horup and Chris Nafzinger will be our next pair. Keith Horup, Chris Nafzinger. Horup out of Williston, North Dakota. GTO. Chris Nafzinger from right down over there in Henderson in the Corvette Roadster, 005 there for Chris. And goes 486. Keith Horup is 008. And 653. And part of the great coverage of this event, not only Chad Reynolds down there on the lift, swinging the camera on BANGshift, Warren Evans also in the house from Drag Racer TV. Warren always a pleasure to be at an event with you. You do a first-class job in everything that you do. In addition to that, you do a great job announcing, and you're like, hey, I want to do something. You're more than welcome, sir.
Well, thank you very much, and let me return the compliment to you, Mike. It's always a pleasure to see you. We don't get to do it very often, but when we do, it's I really enjoy it.
Not as often as we should.
That is a fact.
But then you also have low standards.
Well, I'm not denying that.
I mean, you're hanging out with Chad Reynolds this week, so we know that's a pretty right down there.
Chad's my roommate for the next 5 days.
I'm so sorry.
I have no idea what that experience is going to be like. I can only imagine.
I will tell you stories.
Well, maybe I'll have a few of my own to add by the time we get done with it. George LeBlanc and Richard Price off and running on their time shot here. Left side, LeBlanc, 572 at 121. Right side, Richard Price with a 568 at 119 miles an hour. Again, these are time runs. They'll go racing for real beginning tomorrow. Silver State, $30,000 Wednesday, and a big thanks to Silver State for their sponsorship and all of the great companies that are involved helping present the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Big thanks to all of those great companies that make an event like this happen. The entire Fling team, led by Peter Biondo and the entire gang. Jeremy Waterman, 544 at 122 on the left. And on the right, Pennzoil side, Cody Robinson, the Arizona runner in the Camaro with a 651.7 at 98 miles per hour. Next up, GTOs, a pair, two different generations of GTOs, 67 on the left, 69 on the right. Lynn Horeb on the left, Williston, North Dakota, out here chasing the big money this weekend, as is David Beatty. Wilton, California, the home of that 69 GTO. And it's 597 on the left at 112 for Lynn Horeb. David Beatty, right side, 601 at 112 miles per hour. A lot of unique rides out here. These door slammers look great. And it's great to see them all out here, as well as the dragsters, as we make our way to the Friday Spring Fling Million race, presented by Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. And that does not look good there, as you see Chevy 2 moving backwards. Hopefully just a little bit of water out there for the Nova. Right side rolls up the hill. We'll find the turnoff up there. And our starting line crew working the mops out there. And as soon as they get everything dried and ready, we'll put the Dodge Polara in the water box over here on the right. And from the sign language out there, thumbs up all around, so that much is good. Hello, Peter Biondo. So big thanks to Pete and Emily and everybody involved for letting me come out here and join them here in Las Vegas. And to my partner in crime this week, Chad Reynolds, down there on the scissor lift, swinging the camera for you right now. I don't know how that guy does it, standing out there for, 16, 18 hours of time in a pair of long shorts and flip-flops. He's out there just a diehard for it. But without his coverage and everything that bangshift.com brings us, we wouldn't get to see a lot of this great drag racing action, because he's been doing it for years and years. And one of the legendary guys in what we do. A lot of people know that I was one of the later guys to get into the industry, starting as a hobby and then becoming a full-time gig. But not everybody knows that one of my very first calls trying to get things launched and make sure everything worked like it should was to Chad Reynolds, and he couldn't have been kinder and more open and answering a lot of questions for me and keeping me pointed down the right path. Certainly didn't have to, but so appreciative that he did, and saved me a lot of headaches and a lot of frustrations, and helped me kind of get a jump start into what I'm doing, and I can't thank him enough for what he's done. So, but anyway, he's down there outside. I'd do about anything for the guy, but I'm not going to go stand out there. He can have all that he wants. I'm up here in the cushy tower. Greg Dreer, Rob Harrison, fire them up. And now they'll take their turn to print a time ticket and get ready for tomorrow. Greg Dreer, left side, Bakersfield, California, the 77 Chevette. That's that little orange and black machine on the Las Vegas side of the track. And in the Pennzoil lane, the 63 Plymouth over there out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. That is Rob Harrison. Harrison leaves a little early, 28 on the red side. Dreer, 003 on the tree, and drives it out to a 570 at 119. For Rob Harrison, 629 at 94 miles per hour. So has been mentioned several times, but I'll state again, this is a kind of a unique deal for both Chad and I in that we are simulcasting. It is the same stream, but you get to see it in two different places. On Chad's channel, that is bangshift.com. You're very familiar with their work. And over on my channel as well, dragracer.tv. Both of those YouTube channels providing you with the stream coverage. The folks over on the BANGshift side of things are also enjoying the opportunity to participate in the chat feature as well. So, Roger Cotto, left side, Junior Velasquez on the right. Roger, 5:01 at 124. Here's a guy that runs out here all the time, bracket race weekend, divisional races, national events, always leaves it in that 990 bracket mode. No matter what he is running, runs the stop all the time. 5:01 at 124. Junior Velasquez, 6:08 at 113. Two more set to put them in the beams. The Mustang on the left side, that's Al Quigley. Aldergrove, British Columbia, another of our Canadian friends. And Pete Both, the 78 Porsche, Long Beach, California. Pete, one of the long-time participants here on the West Coast. And you'll see him line up that 944. Not exactly factory fresh. Wheels up start there for the 78 Porsche. 576 at 120 for Pete. Al, 534 at 129. Pete leaves fourth out, too quick. Here on the time pass, the little S10, Travis Ringuth, Calgary, Alberta, Canada, 88 S10. Gary Magnaka, right side. That's Lawndale, California's very own. In that low slung left-hand steer 27T Roadster. Both are staged and ready, and away they go. Green lights a pair, 2 thou apart. Reaction times up there on the scoreboard, a 17 on the left and a 19 on the right. Travis will see 6:68.0 at 102 on his time ticket. Gary McNaka, 5:47 at 125. How about the long roof wagon, left side of the track? John Cozette, Whitewater, Colorado. 66 Nova grocery getter. Brian Carson on the right. From Milton Freewater, Oregon. First gen Camaro. Both cars go wild right. The Camaro caught my eye because it went a little bit right. Both tires out of the groove. But Cozette comes up, goes right, and goes clear across the center line. Then straightens it out. Finishes in his own lane. But at the 100-foot mark, if you look out there, you'll see that big old S track out there where the little Nova wagon went hard right. He came back down and gathered it up, and not sure what happened there, but not to his liking for sure. It's academic. The numbers 918 and a 1610. Scott Graff, another Milton Freewater, Oregon runner, the 70 Chevelle, the Rally Stripe machine on the left, and Kenny Snow's 69 Chevelle on the right from La Habra, California. Both of them with the laundry packs hanging off the back. These are our B category cars here as we make time runs. Again, 2 sessions today, and that's it. Get ready for tomorrow. Another hard move to the right over here on the left-hand side, and that car gets all kinds of out of shape. And he will gather it up and drive it on to a 902 at 66 miles an hour. Kenny Snow, in the meantime, straight and true to a 616 at 91. Aaron Bronco, the S10 on the left-hand side, and Bill Botello for C's Candy. The 05 Grand Am, Botello 523 at 114. Aaron Bronco 666 at 102. Yes, Alicia Hershey, it is me. I'm looking forward to seeing my friend. I hear there may be a Nathan Hershey sighting coming soon. I'm certainly looking forward to that. Old buddy Nate. You all are graced by having him here each and every weekend. For some of us, it's well worth the trip just to come and hear the dulcet tones of Mr. Nathan Hershey. Patrick Conlon, 586 at 117 left side. Jamer Hartvigsen out of Escondido, California, the Barracuda. We'll print out a time ticket that says 5858 at 11683. Single coming up for the Camaro of Larry Pittenger, 68 Camaro. Yeah, it looks like we got dragsters sitting next to me and a door car slung in there too. Larry Pittenger, 652 at 105. And with that, looks like time runs are pausing at this point as we bring our shootout cars up to the ready line for round number 3. Attention in the pit area, we need Group C. Group C is in Charlie. Group C to the staging lanes, please. Group C to the staging lanes, please. Once again, we need Group C. C is in Charlie, to the staging lanes. And walking in to pick up the microphone next to me is the man, the myth, the legend. What's the right term for you? The Terminator. Are you still the Terminator?
Oh, well, that's up for question. Depends who you ask.
So how many times have you been to the racetrack in the last 6 months?
6 months? Let's see. Once.
Just once? Did you win?
I did. I won that Forsyth's race. Driving Marco's car. Had a blast.
My dad raced for 32 years and he won one race. You go run one race and you win one race.
I mean, if I just ended it like that. My batting average. Well, actually, you know who has the best batting average out of anybody?
No,
in
I
Super
don't.
Gas?
Who's that?
You'll never guess.
Is it you?
Nope.
No.
Anybody in Super Gas.
I know the answer to this
in
question.
National events.
I know the answer to this.
Who is it?
It's your wife.
It is my wife. She ran one national event and won it. Bam.
Hey, Mike Eames, time for you to jump in here and tell us about our 8 remaining cars here in the shootout.
Thank you, Warren Evans. So we have our tractors out on the racing surface. Just a little quick cleanup as the wind continues to blow. But Peter Biondo has promised me that the wind is not going to blow tomorrow.
First you told me I guaranteed it. Then you said promise. I did nothing of the sort.
You have a strong inkling that it's not going to be
That's more
as
like
blustery tomorrow.
That's more like it.
All right.
It's actually, you know what? It's going to be beautiful tomorrow. It's going to be beautiful Thursday. The temperatures look good. Friday looks beautiful. Saturday looks like it get a little windy, but the temperatures are going to be nice. And I think the bulk of the heavy winds are behind us.
I concur. At least that's what my remotely accurate weather app says.
So, Mr. Eames.
Yes, sir.
8 cars left in the shootout.
Yes.
Loser here gets the big goose egg.
Nothing.
Winner here gets one step closer to a $50,000 beautiful, as you can see, it's pitted right there, Todd's Extreme Painted 2022 American Drag. So drop your motor and tranny, bolt some headers, and go racing. It's wired and everything.
Worst case scenario, you turn on a wind light here, you're guaranteed at least a 3-day entry in 2023.
That is correct.
So how do you chop that?
You don't.
Okay.
You don't. So semis will get a 3-day entry. Runner-up will get a million entry worth $2,000, and the winner's going to walk away with that beautiful 2022 American Race Cars dragster. First pair.
With 6 dragsters and 2 door cars left.
I like that. Lupa Gacki versus Tim Markoglu. I'm looking forward to that one. How about Scott Lemon and Andy Schmoll are going to lead us off? So is Andy going off the bottom or the top here?
Yes.
Can't go off a boat. Well, I guess you can hit the tree twice. Well, I'm going to watch his hand and let you know. In the meantime, Scott Lemon, that's Mr. Collector Tethers, Mr. Drag Race Solutions.
And how about current Idaho versus a guy who used to be in Idaho?
Yeah. So a little bit of a territorial battle, so to speak. Dragster versus door car. Andy Schmoll has been killing it at the Flings the last 5 or 6 years. Now, Scott Lemon has also stood in the winner's circle at a 30K event here at Vegas, so should be a good one.
I mean, Andy Schmoll's been killing it at events besides the Fling, too. He's kind of good. So is Scott Lemon. 13-13 for Andy Schmoll and Scott Lemon, and Scott Lemon on the breakout is going to get the win. Andy got down there, took 29 thou, breaks out by 1 stinking thou as Andy just completely nom-nommed the finish line down there like a fat kid on a donut. Scott Lemon got down there and let him have it. Ends up being 2 above. Both drivers 13 on the starting line is Scott Lemon. We'll make it down into the final 4 as the one of the remaining 2-door cars is bounced as Mike Rock and Dwayne Ringeth there, Peter Biondo.
Nice to see a lot of Canadians for the first time in a couple of years. In 2020, It was the COVID year. In 2021, the border was still shut down, but they came in full force, and Dwayne's looking to take home the American Dragsters. Got a tough customer, Mike Rock.
Green for Rock, 492 the dial. Wingreth, 463, and another breakout. Mike Rock, 003, under by 7 thou, taking 35 down there at the stripe. Dwayne Ringeth, the runner out of Canada. Dwayne and Travis in that team. 13 green for Dwayne, 1 above is good enough as Mike Rock breaks it out by 7 thou, taking 300 and change. As Team Canada will make it down to the final four. Taylor Strange and Jim Glenn there, Peter.
And I'm just gonna take a long shot here. I'm gonna talk about the flags at half track. You see the way they're starting to limp down? I'm smelling a breakout here. Taylor Strange, Jim Glenn, 476 on both scoreboards. Like I said, red and 3 over. 1 thou red for Taylor Strange. He actually, he might have dropped a touch. I know Jim Glenn, 479 at 134. He was on the brakes, but got away with 130 on a tree. Taylor Strange, 1 little thou red, and here's the matchup I wanted to see. Tim Markoglu and Cool Hand Luke in that beautiful roadster. That is the NHRA Super Gas World Champion in the right-hand lane. And Tim Markoglu, who won the $100,000 race at, where were we? Galat.
Galat, yep.
Motorsports Park Fling at 2021.
009 is going to leave second in this pair. Luke left side, Tim right side. Tim and Markoglu, 008, dead on 8 to be 16 total. Luke was 009 on the starting line, 18 thou above.
And both of them on the brakes.
Absolutely.
Markoglu dead on, down about 3
or 4 mile an hour.
Yep, and Luke is 485 at 135. What do you think, Marco? He goes probably 141?
Yeah, I was going to say 6 or 7.
140. Good race right there. Both 00, dead on to 1 over. That will bring us down to 4.
So Scott Lemon, Dwight Ringeth, Jimmy Glenn, and Tim Markoglu. We're down to 4 dragsters. In the American Race Cars Dragster Shootout, Todd's Extreme Paint.
All right, putting you on the spot. Who's going to win $1 million this year, Mike?
Do I have to be specific?
What kind of answer is that?
Well, I mean,
I just want to say
a
red.
No, I want it to be. I want it to be a West Coaster.
All right, who's going to win it?
I mean, there's so many tough Chris Whitfield.
Chris Whitfield.
He's going to go from runner-up to the winner.
Good call.
Runner-up to the winner.
He's definitely hungry for it. Whenever you runner-up at a big race, it makes you that much hungrier next time around.
I'm going to say the person who turns on the most win lights on Friday is going to win the $1 million. Or the final win light. So that's going to take us down to 4 cars. And then American Race Cars Dragster Shootout. This is a gorgeous dragster. Peter talked about it before, dropping the drivetrain, set of headers, and let her rip. As Gary Smiley and Karen Snyder. Smiley out of Iowa in the S10. Karen Snyder out of Grand Junction, Colorado. And that blue 63 Corvette for Scotty Muffler. As we see husband Rodney behind Karen. In the burnout box over on the Pennzoil side. Smiley 20 on the red light start. Karen Snyder 69 on the green light effort, 531. For Karen Snyder at 122 on the speed. Gary Smiley, 5:04 and 1:35. The numbers is Mike Hall and the before-mentioned Rodney Snyder. Mike out of Butte, Montana, 63 Nova. And Rodney Snyder, 008. Mike Hall, get that out of the finger. 110 on the green light start, 677 at 99 miles an hour as Queen Jaylene brings me in the ladder for 4 cars. Ooh, that's fun. There's Jeff Broussard and Justin Lamb. I'm in that rad Torque Tools 68 Camaro Roadster, 15 green and 464 for Mr. Lamb. Your 5-time NHRA World Champion, 150 on the speed. Jeff Broussard, 2 green and 683 for the Sonoma out of Texas. As Steve Williams and Sid Sumners. Steve Williams, a grand poobah over there at K&N in the G5. And Sid Sumner's out of Rexburg, Idaho in the Camaro. Steve Williams, 009 at the rip and 577. And the Pontiac, 118 on the speed. Sid Sumner's 36 on the green light. And 717, 97 miles an hour. And looking down on the starting line, Shelby Williams might be cold. She's got like fire suit, hoodie, scarf, mittens. Again, these data acquisition runs are very valuable, as tomorrow morning when we start off with Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Wednesday, our 30 grander. We go right into round number 1 of eliminations. There's no time trial tomorrow morning. It is get in and go. As we start off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning with that prize vault. We'll be opening up bright and early. Over $60,000 in those racer appreciation prizes. Definitely appreciate everybody watching the great live feed. Courtesy of Jags and Hoosier, both on BANGshift and on Drag Racer TV. Everybody on BANGshift utilizing the chat bleachers. Appreciate everybody participating in the chat room. I apologize. I've been watching but haven't been paying as close attention as I normally do. As Glenn Dilday and Lloyd Flatham. Dilday in the Nova, 008 and 553 on the elapsed time. Lloyd Flatham, 24 green for the S10 out of Washington and 477. The numbers there for Lloyd is Spencer Massey and Michelle Lewis. Michelle out of Washington. Super Street competitor in Division 6, Spencer Massey. Fort Worth, Texas. Mullis chassis there for Mr. Massey and 26 red for Spencer. Michelle, 3 thou in front of the green light here in the second run. for Michelle, 003 red and 551. Spencer Massey, 26 red and 467. At Doug Foley Jr. and Myron Street. DFJ out of Mooresville, North Carolina. There for Mr. Foley. And Myron out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. 008. Right down there for Doug Foley. Myron Street is 10 on the green light start and 688. At 98 miles an hour, Doug Foley Jr., 459. At 150 for Doug Foley Jr. is Robert Butler and Gordon Boven. Butler out of Citrus Heights, California. 73 Camaro. Gordon Boven out of Boise, Idaho. The Division 6 Super Street Champion of the World gets to fly 61 on the side of that race car. For the 2022 campaign, it's 40 on the green light start for Mr. Boven. 549, 127 for the Barracuda. Robert Butler, 22 red and 583 when Mr. Butler grabs that timesheet. Randall Reed and Mike Coltrane. That is Mr. 2018 Million main event winner, Randall Reed. To all of you. The Iowa Park, Texas dragster. Alongside Mike Coltrane, Boise, Idaho. And his Camaro Roadster. A 003 in this pair. The worst of the reaction times. Randall Reed, 003 and 461. Mike Coltrane's 001 and 489. As he's ready for round number 1 tomorrow. This is John McCone. In the Corvette Roadster out of Clovis. Daughter Allison alongside. Back behind. Big congratulations to Allison. Picked up her first national event win. Taking home the Wally Super Comp Eliminator. At the national event a couple of weeks ago at the 4-wides. Okay, now that would be fun. 4-wide Super Comp. Let's go. 005 on a red light start. John McCone, 73 on the green light effort and 522. As that's not the light that John was looking for. 120 on the speed. For the Corvette, 453 at 151. The numbers over on the left side is Donnie Burleson and Shane Thompson. Burleson out of Texas. Shane Thompson from right down the road in Henderson for Team Silver State Refrigeration. Is Silver State Refrigeration a massive part of this event? Shane, a big supporter of bracket racing all over the country. Red light start for Shane by 2 thou. Donnie Burleson's 007 and 453. Shane Thompson. Duran settles. And imagine that customs. Just incredible red and yellow paint on his hot rod. Be ready for round number 1 tomorrow morning. As Austin Williams and Bodie Bennett. Austin doing double duty this weekend in the Bronco. We like the Bronco. It's fun. Bodie Bennett, Shallow Water, Texas. This is the second and final time run for our Group C competitors. Bodie Bennett, 008 on the green light start and 4:54 on the elapsed time. Austin Williams, 17 green, 4:615 for young Mr. Williams. As Jeremy Heffler, and I'm relatively sure, with a little bit of doubt, that the name is not correct in the right lane. Heffler is 20 on the green light start and 4:62. 3 red and 4:83 over on the Pennzoil side. I stand corrected. That was Ted Seipel. Being 3 red is Brian Bennett and Cliff Hall. Just not used to seeing Mr. Seipel in a dragster. Cliff out of Carmichael, California in the Falcon, 29 green. Brian Bennett in the Miller prepared dragster, 4:45 after being 16th out on the green light start. Here in run number 2, Cliff Hall, 6:451 at 106. There for Mr. Hall is Jonathan Fiello and Marco Abruzzi. Marco out of Ohio. Fiello for Team K&N. That red 67 Chevelle. Fiello out in front of green here in the last opportunity at the racetrack by 10 thousandths of a second. Then that 67 Chevelle goes 634 through 660 feet at 108 miles an hour, 463 for Marco after being 45. Donovan Mitchell on the starting line at 139 on the mile an hour. I wish I could say I was more optimistic about our Utah Jazz chances in the playoffs, but I'm not. It's Dennis Paz and Gabe Torres. G-Money in the drag strut at La Puente for Val Torres Racing. Val Torres Construction, 25 green. There for Gabe. And 468. Dennis Paz, 678. And the El Camino at 98 miles an hour. As David Beckwith and Todd Robinson. Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga, the 78 Malibu. We're on the Las Vegas side of the racetrack. Todd Robinson, Corpus Christi, Texas. Beckwith better on the starting line, 008 on the green light start. 7:43 the elapsed time, 91 miles an hour. Todd Robinson, 37 thou. Starting his run of 473 at 146 miles an hour. is John Corbin and J. Scott Ball. Corbin out of Waynesboro, Virginia. 68 Camaro over in the Las Vegas side. That's the left lane. As we are looking down track, Scott Ball. San Antonio, Texas, the Miller prepared dragster. Pennzoil side of the racetrack. As we are still in our C group. Corbin, 008, right down there. 5606, way down there. J. Scott Ball, 003 on the red light start, and 468 will be the elapsed time. This is Renault Martinez and Thomas Baer. Baer for Team Lucas Oil, and that Thomas Baer School of Drag Racing, Cherry Valley, California. On that Pennzoil side, Renault Martinez out of Marin Nuevo Leon. Down there for Team Mexico. Baer, 002 on the green light, and 491. At 140 miles an hour, Renault Martinez, 18 red. No harm, no foul, and 474. For Team Mexico, Scott Taylor and Keith Camblin. Scotty Taylor out of Columbia Falls, Montana. Google Columbia Falls, Montana. We were talking with Peter and Marco Pervaleris earlier about gorgeous places on the planet. Columbia Falls is way up there on the list. 43 green for Scott and 671. Keith Camblin better on the starting line. 18 on the green light and 452. There for Keith Camblin, 152. There on the speed is Eric Daniels and Ryan Harum. Daniels out of Chandler, Arizona. In the Vega. Had a pretty good 3 days over at the West Coast Classic at Tucson Dragway. Like in the free 10 grander, made it all the way to the final till Peter Biondo beat up on him, which I didn't think was very nice. Harum, 009 and 461. Eric Daniels, 19 green, 703 in the Vega. Chris Whitfield and Kevin Pollard. Whitfield out of Colorado in the dragster. Just silly. Whitfield's 002 and left last. Pollard's 001 and 531. He's just a bad dude. I mean, what else do you say? Both sides. Chris Whitfield. 462, 147. As we see Chris's dad, Steve, walking away from the starting line after son was 002 and left last. It's Kevin Shearer in the S10 out of Washington. Shear 003 on the green light and 716 in the S10. 14 red over on the Pennzoil side, 4838. Then on the Pennzoil side, once again, a massive car count here this week. So we're working feverishly to make sure we get all the tech cards entered in correctly. That's Phil Unruh and Bradley Johnson. Phil Unruh for special medals. Super Gas winner to Divisional on Sunday. 002 on the red light start for Phil. 452, 152 for Unruh. Bradley Johnson, 18 red. Also 452.5. As both drivers, identical elapsed times out to the 1,000. Both 152 on the mile an hour, and both red. It's Kevin Burnett and Steve White. Burnett out of Parker, Colorado, in the not 62 GTO. There's few things in life that are certain. One is that is not a 62 GTO. Steve White, 24 green in the Racecraft prepared dragster, 499, 139 the numbers for Steve. After being 2-4 on the starting line. Kevin Burnett is 007 RED. 529 the elapsed time, 130. There for Kevin Burnett. It's Tom Clark and Sean Reichenbach. Tom out of Spokane, Washington, the rear engine dragster for Team Clark. Sean and the Avenger. Clark, 23 green. Reichenbach taking the adventuresome direction down the 660 feet here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Is 76 trombones on the starting line. 577.5 on the racetrack. Tom Clark, 23 green and 452. The numbers there for Tom Clark. It's Marlon Goetz. The dragster out of Troy, Texas. All right, semifinal in the shootout. Semifinals in my American race cars. Todd's Extreme Paint shootout. If you are Tim Markaglu, if you are Dwight Ringeth, if you are Scotty Lemon, if you are Jim Glenn, need you in the staging lanes if you would, please. So again, my semifinals in my American race cars, Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. Timmy Markaglu, Dwight Ringeth, Scott Lemon, and Jim Glenn. Need you in the staging lanes, please, is Sean Page and Kyle Rizzoli. Rizzoli 007 red, 480 will be the elapsed time for Kyle. Sean Page 11 green and 492. Is what's what for Sean Page. Is Rene Cantu. Monterrey Nuevo Leon for Team Mexico. And Monty Beagle. That super cool 33 coupe out of High River, Alberta, Canada. Monty Beagle. It's an outstanding guy. Super nice. Renee left the line, and car made a big move to the left, got out of the gas early. Discretion, the better part of valor there. 593 for Monty Beagle, 114 on the speed. As neither driver was up on the wheel. As far as reaction times go, I mean, Monty Beagle was 196 and left first by like a second and a half. Michael McQueen and Bill Kidd. McQueen out of Odessa, Texas is 23 green and 487. And the last data acquisition run for the day for these guys, Bill Kidd out of Marana, Arizona, the 66 Chevy 2, 18 red and 665. As Rose Zell and Rob Taylor. Taylor out of Kalispell, Montana. Rose just misses perfect. 001 on the red light start. The runner out of Louisiana, the 69 Nova, 633 for Rose Zell. Rob Taylor, 18 green, 5293. For the young man out of Kalispell, Montana, is Chris Johnston and Chance Parker. Johnston, 73 on the green light start and 614. Chance Parker, 33 green and 481. There for Chance. As Dylan Howe and Grady Johnson. Grady and Dad Doug's hot rod. They're doing double duty. Grady out of Saratoga Springs, Utah. Chip Nilsson, prepared dragster. Dylan Howe, Junction City, Oregon. $9 thou is the difference right down there, and Grady Johnson off the gas as there was a little puff out of the Johnson mobile. Grady is pulled over alongside by the wall. Dylan is 29 green and 455 in the Houck mobile. As we'll have our safety team responding from the big end of the racetrack as Grady was able to get it pulled over safely. Right down there past the finish line, but right there about 400 feet, a little whiff of smoke. Out of the pipe. Hopefully that is nothing too problematic. There for Grady and Doug and the team out of Utah. So the quad is hooked up to the back of Grady Johnson's machine, getting him pushed off. Going to exit stage left at the first turnoff. Oh, nope, just kidding. All the way to the top. Raymond Harshbarger and Gilberto Leal Jr. 18 green for Gilberto, and 451 will be the 660-foot time. At 152 miles an hour, Raymond Harshbarger, 31 green and 486. As Sean Langdon and Gilberto Leal. Langdon in the black on white Camaro. With the off week before he heads to Houston next week for the final NHRA national event at that fine facility. 20 green for Sean. Leal is 17 red. 443, 155 for Gilberto. Langdon is 628 at a 107. There in a Camaro for Mr. Langdon is Leslie Grissom Jr. in just the super cool 4-door 66 Nova wagon with the luggage rack on top. Gonna get me one of those. Michael Otis out of Parker, Colorado. The wingless dragster over on the Pennzoil side. Leslie Grissom Jr. Second off the starting line, 53 at the start, 685 at the end. Michael Otis, 13 green at the start, and 4905 at the end. It's Gary Wombolt and Greg Christensen. California right side. Or California left side. Colorado right side. In, tree, and away. Christensen is 003 on the green light start. 4678. For Greg Christensen, Gary Wombolt, 27 green, 497. There for Gary, 147 will be your mile an hour. There for Gary Wombolt is Trinidad Lopez. Guadalajara. There for Trinidad. as Lopez is 3-4 on the start and 484-1, 141 the numbers. On the Pennzoil side, 120 eek. Let's get that out of the system right now before we go into Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday, the 30 grander. Tomorrow morning, Scott Holbrook and Austin Calhoun. As we were side by side Washington, Holbrook had a Walla Walla. The undercover prepared dragsters, Austin Calhoun out of Covington, Washington. Spitzer prepared machine. The dragster with the wing and the dragster with the green light. Austin, 483.7, 142. Holbrook is 12 red and 515. There's Trayton Bann and Don Buckowitz. Train out of Lewiston, Idaho. The undercover prepared dragster. Don Buckowitz not out of Idaho. All the way from New Jersey. Don and Sally and that team. Dan Northrup also wheeling this whip. 49 green for Don. He's going to be disappointed. He's normally right up on the wheel. Trayton Bann, 17 green and 495. Buckowitz, after being 49 on the starting line, goes 478 at 143. As Hector Delgado, Monterrey Nuevo Leon in Mexico. That 03 Mustang for Hector. It's great to have Team Mexico back in the house. It's been a few years. Love the support that they have for each other. Everybody up here from Mexico running. There's always a big group of them coming to support their driver. 20 green for Hector and 657 at 105 miles an hour in a Mustang, 488. Over on the Las Vegas side, red by 32. That's Dave Secondy and Dustin Hinches. Secondy out of Ellensburg, Washington. Dustin out of Olympia. Red light start for Dustin, like big red. Might have been a flinch. Might have been distracted. 119 red for Dustin, 486. Through the 8th mile, Dave Secondy is 29 green and 4720. It's Max McLaughlin and KJ Desa. Max out of Texas in the S10. That self-racing stable. KJ out of North Las Vegas. Max 001 on the green light start. And 635. There for the S10. KJ 33 red and 486. As I look down track, and the track lighting is coming on here at the Strip of Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and that generally, in race operation terms, means that if you are getting ready to stage your vehicle, pretty please have that tail light on for us. So really from this point forward, everybody, if you're back there in the staging lanes, please, let's get those tail lights on for us when you come around the corner. Sean Taylor is 002 red and goes kaput. Danny Provost 006 on the green light start and 4:35. But Sean Taylor with the starting line team, an extra hustle down there as they are throwing rags underneath that hot rod. I mean, this isn't my first rodeo, but when the car comes to an abrupt stop and the starting line crew immediately starts grabbing rags and throwing under the car, that generally is not a good thing. So tough break there for Sean Taylor. Hopefully it's nothing that cannot be repaired. But we are looking at some quiet time here on the racing surface. So Sean Taylor and his team assessing the situation. So we're going to have some quiet time here on the racing surface. Friends at BANGshift and Warren Evans at Drag Racer TV is going to pay a couple of bills.
Welcome back, or welcome to the Elite Insider. It is our twice monthly check-in brief designed to accomplish two goals. Number one, most importantly by far, to make an effort to help you take the next step, however big or small that step may be, toward becoming the best version of yourself on the racetrack. And then secondarily, to provide just a brief glimpse of what life is like within our premier membership community. This is Bracket Racing Elite. These are the types of topics and conversations that we have day in and day out inside Elite. Today, I want to take a non-traditional path, and I want to talk just a little bit about the mindset of improvement. Because if you've been racing for any period of time, there's likely a part of you that is frustrated, at least occasionally frustrated that you are not turning on more win lights, then your perception of yourself is not that of being a better racer than you are. Oftentimes, these are limiting beliefs. There are limiting beliefs that are telling you that you'll just never get there. And so the pushback mentally is to just take a step back and say, you know what, like in my racing, let's just have fun, let's lower expectations. And by and large, I'm not here to say that that's bad advice, as long as it doesn't entail an acceptance of mediocrity. Like, to me, that's a give up, saying like, well, this is as good as I can get. And ultimately, I don't think that's true. Ultimately, what I think that we're looking for as racers, as much or more so than the wins, is simply the feeling of growth, progress, that we're getting a little bit more competitive this week than we were last week, or this season than we were last season. And in my experience, like, that process simply cannot happen overnight. It is just that. It's a process, and it's a process that starts with belief. Let me share a personal, non-racing related story. Like I've been overweight for as long as I can remember. Like I was the fat kid in like 5th grade, right? Maybe even a little bit earlier. And over the years, it became a story that I just began to justify myself and reinforce to myself that, you know, it's genetic, or I'm big boned, or like there's no, I'm always going to be a bigger kid or a bigger guy, right? And then the switch flipped for a variety of reasons. Like I wanted to be healthier. I wanted to feel better about myself. I wanted to, you know, make an effort to live longer for my family, for my kids. Like all of the normal boxes. The switch flipped, and I decided to make a conscious effort toward becoming healthier in my life. And the idea that I am capable of this. Like this is not what I'm stuck in forever, right? And it started with really small stuff, because like you just can't go climb Mount Everest, right? Like it was small steps at first, but over time it became a cumulative effect. And I'm proud to say that I've been able to stay the course. This has been a focus in my life for more than 3 years. Not only did I stay the course, I was able to iterate along the way, you know, and expand and explore. When I first made this decision, like I vividly remember it was all that I could do to jog a quarter mile, like completely out of breath, exhausted over it, right? That's like 3-4 years ago. Last year, pre-pandemic, I ran a 10K. I remember getting called out for one of those like Facebook challenges to record yourself doing 30 push-ups, and I was so embarrassed because like I couldn't do half that. I couldn't do 10 push-ups. Like what in the world, right? So it started out like I couldn't do 10 push-ups. Today I do 100 push-ups every morning before breakfast, right? And it progressively got to that point. My eating habits have gotten progressively better. Not optimal, not awesome, but way better than they were 3 or 4 years ago. Over the course of that 4-year span, I'm down nearly 50 pounds, like literally 1 pound at a time at the most. I got out of the shower the other day and glanced in the mirror. Like my big thing for the last year has been daily exercise. Like I think I worked out like 260 times in 2020. Yes, I'm maniacal about goal tracking, right? But I get out of the shower, looked in the mirror, and I'm like, oh my God, I have abs. Like for the first time in my life, I can see my abs. And it seemed like that happened overnight, but obviously it didn't. It's just the cumulative effect of putting in that work day after day, that monotonous work that doesn't feel like you're getting anywhere. In the long run, like you do get somewhere. My point here is I am overcoming my own limiting belief. You can overcome your own limiting belief. And if that limiting belief, or one of those limiting beliefs, centers around racing and competition, I think we can help. Okay, within thisisbracketracing.com, we've got 9 core areas of study. The area that has the most resources, that we've spent the most time in, is what we call the mental game, that simply focuses around the mindset of improvement, the psychology of competition.
Hello, racers. Thought I'd take you a little bit behind the scenes with the queen of the diva desk at the Spring Flings, Emily Biondo. Emily, how are you today?
I'm good.
So Emily's hard at it right now because we're about to leave for Vegas, and as soon as we finish Vegas, we're going to be trekking east to Galat with very little break. So if there's a little bit of stress on your face, we'll give you some leeway there.
Thanks, appreciate it. Yep.
I want to start off with the first question. People see us running around at the Flings, and we rarely get any time, personal time. So tell us first, here's my first question to you. I want the racers to get to know you a little bit, but my first question is a hard one. You've been, everybody knows most people that are watching this know that Kyle Seipel, my best friend and business partner, passed away recently. And you, myself, and Kyle worked hand in hand for the last 12 years with the Flings. Tell the audience what it's like working with Kyle and I.
Okay, yeah,
Being a
that's hard.
buffer, whatever your role was, whatever you did, tell the audience about it.
Yeah, a couple roles. Buffer's a good word for it. It's us three musketeers. I feel like we just had such a great like 1, 2, 3 punch. The three of us. The boys can be so stringent with certain things and more analytical, and I would throw in some things that would be more personal, more personable for the racers. But the three of us working together was just like nothing else. I mean, the 1-2 punch of Peter and Kyle are unlike anything that I've ever seen in a friendship, and especially living so far away from each other. We all worked together for 12 years, and we miss him dearly. But I've stepped up in the last couple of years and taken on some more of his roles. But he'll never be replaced, that's for sure.
There's no doubt about that. As a best friend and a business partner, he'll never be replaced. But you definitely did step up. So let's talk about that a little bit. You're a mother of two, and you're now my right-hand person at the Flings. So tell us a little bit about your role, leading up to the event at the Flings, what you do, and what it's like.
Yeah. So leading up to the races, it's really turned into a full-time job these past, 3 or 4 years, I'd say. Thankfully, my kids are in school now, so I get a good chunk of time every day to do the grind, all the prizes, the sponsors, the spreadsheets, trying to organize everything so that when we arrive at the event, we can, actually take it in. And that's the best part of working with the Flings is once you arrive at the track, you get this, the aura is just really cool. It's fun to be in the mix. I love being at the diva desk. It's you're right there on the front line. So the racers, they're coming to buy back, and they're just excited too. They've never been so happy to spend money with you, because you hear all the good stuff. So it's cool to be on the front lines like that.
Yeah, the diva desk is a fun place to be at the Flings. I know it's stressful.
There's controversy
sometimes.
though whether the diva desk was created because the racers are the divas or because we're the divas. But I'm sticking with that it's the racers that are the divas.
Maybe a little bit of both. Well, you guys.
The wives will all
divas.
agree with me.
Yeah, you guys work hard and you make it fun for all of the employees at the Flings and all the racers as well. Tell us a little bit about your racing. How did you get started, and your transition into motherhood from racing?
Yeah, so I started racing when I was 14, which would have been 22 years ago, which seems crazy that I'm even old enough to be racing for 22 years. But my friend's dad raced down in Florida, where I lived in Seminole, Florida. And I went out to the track with her one Friday night, and it was just fun, being around the racing atmosphere. We were like brushing off the tires after the burnout, thinking we were like the crew. My dad was always into muscle cars growing up, but he never went to the drag strip. So I was like, Dad, you got to come out here. And it was right up his alley. So the family just plunged right in, and I started racing juniors when I was 14, stopped competitive gymnastics at that point, and never looked back. I got, my first big car when I turned 16. I raced some foot brake here and there. And now I'm lucky if I, get in the seat like once a year, but it's fun to do that now as a mom, jump in the seat and let the kids kind of cheer for me. And Peter will bring the kids down to the finish line, and I'll see him when I turn off. Sometimes like Severio will hand me the time slip when I'm at New Media Racing, because it's such a cool, close family knit atmosphere there. So he jumps in the time slip booth, and it's hard to transition from one role to the other back and forth like that. So I don't race very often, which is fine with me. But it's nice to let the kids see me, doing my thing, and that the world doesn't revolve just around them. Like, I think it's so cool, these moms out here racing, often. I think it's neat for the kids to realize that the moms and the dads, they had lives before they became parents. And we have to bump these kids down a little bit into thinking that the world doesn't revolve around them.
Yeah, and probably you're underplaying how much you transition from a racer to a mother and a housewife. And the thing that I admire about you the most is how you unselfishly put your personal racing totally on the back burner, except for that 1 or 2 times per year. And I don't think there's too many people that would unselfishly make that conscious choice like you did. So definitely lucky to have you. Lucky to have you as part of obviously my wife, the mother of my kids, and the Queen Fling at the Diva Desk.
Thanks, babe.
What's your biggest win? Tell the audience what your biggest win.
You were there for it. It was 2012. I ran Super Gas for the first time. I had raced Super Comp a handful of times at Gator Nationals, our hometown national event in Florida. But I hadn't really, gone very far in those races, 3rd round, 4th round. And then all of a sudden, Peter puts me in Anthony Bertozzi's Super Gas car that is, 170 miles an hour in the quarter?
Yeah,
Right.
what she's not saying is she's never did a burnout with the with a line lock in a door car before racing at this national event. And she's never, and so we chose Bristol because Bristol's altitude a little bit. I figured it would take some horsepower away, just the weather in itself. Because I was nervous. That thing hauls ass. It's 170 miles per hour. And here I am, put my wife in it, who didn't have much experience or any in a roadster. But 7 rounds later, I was pulling behind you in the tower. I was in the final as well in Superstock, and I watched you be double-O, take dolo, and light up the scoreboards in the final. And to me, that was between that and my father winning a national event in front of me at Englishtown. Those are my 2 most memorable moments at the drag strip. So,
that was neat. We had already had 2 flings at Bristol by that point. It was 2012. We were only just dating still. We weren't even engaged yet. And, so the Bristol staff was like family to us already after those couple events. So they were like rooting for me in the tower, and they were in my winner circle picture. It was really cool. And then thank God Peter was behind me, because I think if the pressure was on me, if he won in front of me and I lost, oh my gosh, it would have been terrible. So I was glad that, the strong point was behind me and I got it done. And then he followed it up with a win. And it was really neat to share the stage in the national event like that.
It definitely was a special day for sure. Being at Bristol where the fling all started made it just that much better. I like to leave off with this. So you're a mother of 2. We have a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old. We obviously wouldn't change it for the world. It's but when we had Severio, our first child, and we were thinking about having a second, we were back and forth whether we should or not. What advice would you give a mother of 1 that is debating on having a second? Let's give some advice to the mothers here that's debating on having a second child. What advice would you give them? I'll start with one piece of advice. It's more than twice as hard because you start the numbers, now it's 2 on 2, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I would say first, we were so fortunate just to have 2 children. So, if you're in the position of being able to choose whether to have a second child or not, it's a hard decision. We had Severio, we had our boy, we were so excited. Everything seemed, perfect. And then we thought that would be a perfect little family, just the 3 of us. We were starting to really ramp up with the flings, and it was starting to take a lot of my time and Peter's time. So we were good. We thought maybe it'd just be the 3 of us. And then Kyle comes to New York one weekend and takes Peter out, and they had a couple martinis, and then came Olivia. So I would not change it for the world. But yeah, you're right. It definitely ups the parenting game. I always say that with the second child, it kind of turns into the dad's first child. Like the dad really has to step up because that tiny little newborn baby just needs the mom for everything. So the dad really has to step up for the older kid, and it really puts a lot of pressure on them for that part. And then, but now obviously I wouldn't change it for the world. We love our Spitfire, Olivia.
Yeah, she's definitely a Spitfire, and she completed our family for sure. Well,
it's fun to watch them together too, because the 2 have totally different personalities. She'll just ramble about everything for, how her day went and tell you who got in trouble at class and, everything. And then he's more reserved and more serious. And, but he's a goofball too.
He's me and she's you, basically. Well, appreciate your time today as we get ready to head to Vegas next week for our Spring Fling and then back to Galat. Busy couple of weeks. Thanks for taking the time, and thanks for all you do.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good luck, racers.
In the spring of 2021, 347 racers made their way to Galat Motorsports Park to take part in the Rad Torque Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. With 29 states represented, the best drivers in the country would battle it over 4 days of intense competition. After the dust settled, there would be only one driver that would be awarded the Spring Fling MVP. Meet Caroline McCarty.
Down here cruising the pit area, we got to come talk to Caroline McCarty because she's just awesome.
Thank you.
All right, so tell us about the Rambler wagon.
It's a 68 Rambler. My dad bought it as a street car and turned it into a race car. And I've been driving it for 2 years now. And yeah, I love it. It's so much fun.
All right, now let's talk about the Fling and the 30 grander.
Yeah, that was one of the best days of my life. I love these races. I think everybody else loves them too. Just the fact how they make you feel so at home. And even if you don't come and win, you still go home with something mostly. So I love it. It's one of my favorite races.
At just 18 years old, the young lady from Hazelhurst, Georgia, drove her small block Chevy-powered 1968 AMC Rambler wagon deep into the ladder rounds each of the 4 days, defying the odds and the general perception that a 6-second door car cannot be competitive against today's high-dollar tube chassis cars and dragsters.
They're ripping away. Away for Thomas. Caroline in a good position, dominating on the starting line, and Caroline McCarty, 15 green and 8 total.
Caroline McCarty credits her early success to being born in a drag racing family and her willingness to stand up against the best in the business week after week. She lives by the motto, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best.
Well, racers and race fans, welcome once again to the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go with the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. It is main event day. Thanks to the folks at Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, we are out here one more time racing for a very large prize in drag racing.
Racers, from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of Kyle Seipel and myself and the entire Spring Fling and LVMS staff, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys and gals. You guys were tired. You traveled 2,000 miles, some of you, and spend your hard-earned money and spare time to be here with us, and we couldn't be happier. We could not do this without you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Big money is on the line, and we are going to go racing right here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Let's fire them cars up and find out who's going home with the big cash. somebody is going to add their name to the list of the immortals that have won the Spring Fling Million. As we're in set, tree drops. We stay green. Butner grabs the advantage on the starting line, and with a 13th thou reaction time, he goes dead on 3:16 total. Your champion of the Spring Fling Million Day, Bo Butner.
Hello, racers. Sitting up here at the tower at LVMS, getting ready for our Spring Fling event, and I am with none other than Ted Seipel, legend of the sport. Ted, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm as good as I can be, I guess. Always glad to be here.
Ted, I know it's I guess it's rude to talk about age, but when we talk about your age and your how good you are behind the wheel of a race car, I think it's a compliment. You're what, 85 years young?
Yeah, that's it.
85 years young, racing at the Fling in the Ferrari that you all started with. How long have you had the Ferrari?
1988.
All right, now we won't hold this against you, and audience, do not hold this against Ted, but he is Kyle Seipel's father. So for all the good and bad, it's Ted was all where Kyle started, Ted in Georgia. Ted, tell us about, Kyle was had a huge impact on the sport and my life and a lot of people's lives. Tell us, first of all, tell us what you thought when he said, I'm going to team up with an Italian guy from the East Coast and put on some drag races. How'd that conversation go, and what was your reaction?
Well, I thought it was a good call. It was two people who've been around the sport all their life and understood the sport, appreciated the sport, and I had good feelings about it.
Well, and here we are 12 years later, and the Fling brand grew, and it will never be the same without Ted's son, Kyle. There's going to be a huge hole in my heart, and then the Fling, but I know he's watching over us, and we're going to keep it going. Ted, tell us about what's one of your best memories of you and Kyle, funniest stories, best memories of you and, I know he's done some crazy stuff, but what's one of your best memories with you and Kyle at the racetrack or even at home or whatever?
Well, that's a tough one. It's so many things that have happened. It's hard to put your finger on any one. But we had him for 50 years, and we focus on the positive, not the negative, and that's the best part about Kyle.
He was a very positive person. Everyone he touched, whenever I was stressed out, he would always make me feel better. But I know you have a lot of stories that are probably in your mind right now. What's one of the funniest stories with Kyle at a racetrack? I know he ran motorcycles. I know he kissed a time slip booth girl a couple of times. I mean, you can go any direction with this, but we got to keep it rated PG.
Oh, I don't know. There's way too many stories to tell. Probably some of them not for public consumption, but I remember one time at the Bakersfield, we were at the ET finals and semifinal. He got on the brakes real hard and came back, and he didn't spin out, but he came back and said, I don't know, something's wrong with the car, Dad. So I looked at the car and I said, you check the front and I'll check the back. Well, he didn't check the front. He went up and made the next run and won, and we came back and I checked the front tires and they were flat spotted. It didn't bother him.
Yeah, and that was one of the many times he flat spotted front tires. He was he was known for an aggressive top end driver. you're in your own right. You're a legend in this sport. I know you're humble, Ted, but I think Kyle got a lot of his good qualities and a lot of his good racing, a lot of his good racing habits from you. Do you think it's in the genes? Do you think, how does it always seem like a father and a son? If the father's a good racer, the son's it turns out to be a good racer. Do you think it's something in the blood, or do you think it's something that's learned?
Well, I'm sure it's part of the gene pool, but it doesn't always follow. Some good racers, their children don't care about racing. It's their own person. They have their own personality, and they have to go with what they love, and that's what makes it happen. Not being forced to do something or asked to do something, but want to do something. And Kyle didn't want to race at first. He wanted to be a bowler, and so he said he didn't want to follow his dad's footsteps. But eventually he kind of caved in, and when he did, he was very successful. So that was
He sure was, and he was a great bowler at that. He was almost semi-professional at one point. So here you are, you're 85 years old, you're competing against the best of the best in the biggest stage of bracket racing. I like your chances just as good as the next guys. What's your, at this point of the game, what's your strongest quality as a racer? Is it the tree? Is it the top end? What's your strongest quality, Ted?
I think just don't take a negative aspect to the starting line. That's all. Just to set out what you have a plan, try to focus on the plan, and if it's not working out, try to extemporize, but to do the right thing all the way down the track, and don't shoot yourself in the foot before you leave the line. That's my advice.
Attitude and execution. I think bringing the attitude is my personal track record was a ton better with Kyle around, and it was because he always gave me that good attitude, that good vibe before each round. Who's going to win $1 million this year?
Well, if I could tell you that, I could make a lot of money uptown.
Well, if you win it.
Well, I wouldn't bet on myself. I'll put it that way.
Spoken from a humble champion. Any guesses on who do you think has the best shot? Name one or two or three people that stick out in your mind right now.
Well, we got Luke back. I guess we don't have the last year's champ back, do we? Bo, is he back?
I don't believe Bo's back.
Okay. Well, Luke is looking pretty good. He's a real good racer, talented racer, and he'll go a long way down here.
All right, you heard the prediction from one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced bracket racer, especially at this level at 85 years old to do it. But now, Ted, we're going to have some fun. So you and I are going to run on the practice street live, and the best of five, so the first to get 3 win lights wins. If you beat me, you get a free T-shirt. Okay. All right, you ready for this? What if you come in second? Then you're runner-up. You're the first runner-up. What do I do with this mic as I'm doing it? All right, here we go. First to 3, and if first to win 3, and if Ted wins, he gets a free Spring Fling Million T-shirt. Hey, good luck.
You too, buddy. Oh, wow.
All right, 1-0.
Okay.
You leaving your delay? You feel good with it?
Yeah, I really tagged that one.
All right.
I'll go back too. I got Johnson here.
There you go. Okay. 1-1. All right. This one's going to go down to the wire.
I'll take back my 2.
All right, I'm going to leave it right there. If you're going to stay aggressive, I'm going to stay aggressive.
I got nothing to lose. That's just a T-shirt.
Just a T-shirt.
Wow. Two ugly lights.
Yeah, those weren't winners there, but all right, this is it, Ted. Pressure's on.
Could be.
Could be. I'm going for 004 right here.
I don't blame you.
What are you going for?
I'm going for T-shirt.
Oh. All Ted did not win a T-shirt, but you gave us a great interview. And I tell you what, if there's anyone that has any more knowledge of the sport on the property right now at the Spring Fling, I think it'd be hard to beat this guy right here. Ted, good luck this weekend, and hey, thanks for playing.
Thank you, Peter.
First Todd Extreme Paint dragster event. So Alberto left side, Anthony right side. Bovin out in front of green by 4th thou. Alberto 24 green. 489, 141. The numbers for Alberto. Anthony goes 5.78 at 115 on the mile an hour is Hector Hernandez. At Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico, and Stan Essery. For Team Rad, Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. The M&M prepared machine. Hector in the Mustang left side. Side-by-side red lights. Totally copacetic. Hector, 009 red. Stan Essery by 2 little ones. Essery goes 467, 146. Hector in a Mustang, 636 at 107 as Raul Salazar. The 19-year-old in the Malibu out of Allende Nuevo Leon for Team Mexico. And Dalton Giroux out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. As we are Yo 11 on the starting line. With Dalton 11 on the tree, Raul 11 on the tree. 829, 84 miles an hour for the 19-year-old out of Mexico. Dalton, they're out of Canada, 491 at 138. Is Reyes Tamas and James Higgins. Reyes out of Monterrey for Team Mexico. 758 and 90 miles an hour. There for Reyes in the Nova. 001, very sporty. Right down there. James Higgins out of Minnesota in the Camaro was 36 down there. And 682 down there a little further. As Ryan Stifler and Carson Wheeler. Stifler's Chevelle is just like obliterates the rad meter. On that Las Vegas side of the racetrack, Carson Wheeler out of Kansas in the dragster. Stifler. 25 green and 530. And that super cool Chevelle Carson Wheeler misses perfection by 1 thou. And the Kansas Dragster going to go 457 at 151. As Trip West and Dan Northrup. Trip out of Oklahoma. The Mullis prepared Dragster and Dan Northrup out of Pipersville, PA. The 67 Camaro for Dan. Northrup just terrorizes Division I up there. Mark Dawson's old stomping grounds up there in Pennsylvania. Trip 27 green, better of the two reaction times as Dan Northrup is 33 at the start and 595 at the end. Trip West 27 green, 5110. So tomorrow, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning with the Silver State Refrigeration, $30,000 Wednesday. 8 a.m. right into first round. There is no time trial run in the morning. Go right into eliminations. As Rob White and Cooper Chun. Rob White, those dirty white boys from Calgary, Alberta. 16 green and 515. 16 green and 515. That's fun to say. 001 on the red light start for Cooper Chun, 5302 in that data acquisition run. For the young man out of Washington in Division 6, it's Kobe Liskey and Blake Johnson. Kobe out of Charlie Lake, British Columbia. That 67 Chevy 2. And Blake Johnson out of Colorado, the undercover prepared dragster, has one pair and one single. And then we'll go into the semifinals of our American race cars. Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout. Colby Lewinsky, 13 on the green light start. Blake Johnson is 13 on the red. We need to put them together, and then we'd have something. Lewinsky goes 491.5 and 143 on the mile an hour. Blake Johnson, after being 13 red, goes 4.689 at 147. They're on the speed, and Riley Learcamp on a solo before we move into our semifinals. Riley for Team Learcamp is 20 green and then 4806, 121. There for Learcamp. Semi-final action in the American race cars, Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. Everybody is guaranteed to win something. Our semi-final runner-up will get a 2023 three-day entry to the Fling events. The winner in each pair, at worst, will get a 2023 million entry valued at $2,000. But we're all running for that beautiful dragster. That's just adjacent to the starting line. Jim Glenn out of Washington, 477 is the dial. Scott Lemon for Collector Tethers out of Tennessee. The American prepared dragster for Lemon will be leaving second with that 467 dial in on the Pennzoil side. So Division 6 left side, and a guy who lived in Division 6 for a long time before making the trek out to Tennessee, and we are green and green. Jim Glenn, Scott Lemon, Jim Glenn, 009 on the starting line. 481 on the 477 to get the win. Lemon was 26, giving up 17 thou on the starting line, dialed 467. Goes 465-4, breaks out by 16 thou, taking 41 as Jim Glenn threw the anchor down there and broke Scott Lemon out. So Jim Glenn, 009 on the reaction time, which that is important. So our Winter Nationals champion in Super Comp is going to run for the dragster. And who will Jim Glenn get to take on in that final round? Timmy Markoglu out of Staten Island, New York, or Dwayne Ringuth out of Alberta, Canada? Ringuth, 463 of the dial. Markoglu, 454 on the number. And Tim Markoglu on a double breakout is 003, under by a thou. Dwayne Ringuth is 10 green. He was behind by 7 thou at the start, breaks out 18 thou. As Markoglu, 003 and a thou under, will take on Jim Glenn, and Markoglu, by that 003 reaction time, will tell Jim Glenn what lane he's going to run in. So Tim Markoglu and Jim Glenn will be our final round. Washington v. New York for that American race cars. Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. So it should be a great final round with Tim Markoglu and Jim Glenn. And let's get Group D. Group D headed up this way, please. Group D, Group D. Get headed up this way if you would, please. Your final rotation of the night. Get Group D up here, please. So my Group D cars should be moving into lanes 5 and 6, please. Group D up in lane 5 and 6. Apologize here for a little bit of quiet time during our time trial session. Trying to do some administrative stuff up here at the same time. And those of you that know me at all, like, I could barely do one thing at one time, let alone 4 things at the same time. Well, Jeff Jones and Tony Burton, that last pair. Jeff Jones out of Montrose in the Nova. Down tracks, Hank Pramov and Raul Alanis. Raul for Team Mexico out of Monterrey Nuevo. And Hank, the IT guy out of Arvada, Colorado. There in the Vega, 9 red for Hank. Raul is 60 green. And 502 at 136 there for Raul. Hank, after being 009 on the short end, goes 568, 123. That's Kyler Hergemiller and Ricky Needham. Kyler out of Brighton, Colorado. Ricky out of Ohio in the Cobalt. Kyler, first off the starting line, 11 green and 461. Ricky Needham, 18 green, 585 there for Ricky Needham. As Mark Kidd and Trey Summers. Trey out of Tennessee in the Beretta. Miss C and Trey in the 56. And Mark Kidd out of Twin Falls in the Chevy 2, 28 green for Mark and 587. At 117, Trey Summers 59 green and 637. They're on the elapsed time for Mr. Summers. That's Jorge Saldivar and Dennis Lithgow. Jorge out of Allende Nuevo Leon in Mexico. Dennis out of Mansfield, Texas. It's Philip Pennington and Mark Lalonde. About a Three Rivers, Texas. Lalonde out of Cottonwood, Arizona, over on the Pennzoil side. Lalonde, first to start his run down the 660 feet, 11 green and 466 for Mark Lalonde. Pennington is 2-4 at the start. 452 at 153. There for Mr. Pennington. That's Philip Pennington. This is Philip Pennington and Mark Lalonde. Just kidding about that last pair. $24 for Pennington, 4.895, 140 on the speed. Mark Lalonde, 18 green and 504. The numbers is Roger Sauter and Preston Pennington. That is 2019 K&N Spring Fling Million main event winner, Preston Pennington. Mr. Peeps down there. Not in the Roadster, which is very disappointing to me. And Roger Sauter. Isn't that a really cool Barracuda out of Nebraska? Normally runs super straight on the divisional scene. Former division champ, 004 green for Roger, 16 green for Peeps. 464 for Pennington, 147 on the speed. Roger Sauter, 004, better on the starting line in that pair. 558 for Roger Sauter, 123 on the speed is Don Sefton. And the birthday boy, Race Kid. That's right, it's Race's birthday. There better be cake. Just saying. It's Race Kid's birthday. There better be cake. I mean, it's Race's birthday. There should be cake. Racer Kid Performance and Dyno. Sata Boise, 24 green for Race. Sefton is 23 at the start and 441 at the end. Race is 24 on the starting line and 465.5 down there at the finish. As Vinny Domino for Team Domitia Dragway. Staten Island, New York there for Vin. And Robert Butler. Citrus Heights, California, the blue Camaro. So Vinny left side, Robert Butler right side. That is more like it for Mr. Domino, 004. It was all day today. I mean, and he'd be the first to tell you, it was a little bit all over the starting line. Was having a hard time finding the tree. It was like it when like racers tell me, I can't find the tree. It's literally right there in the center. Vinny's 004 and 455, and that should make Vinny feel better heading into tomorrow. Silver State Refrigeration, $30,000 Wednesday. Robert Butler, 17 green and 580. There for Mr. Butler is Jimmy Lewis and David Cook. Cooking the Thunder Chicken. Out of Novato, see daughter Hannah back behind. Jimmy Lewis. A dragster out of Washington. Red light start for Jimmy Lewis. No harm, no foul. 22 red for Jimmy. David Cook's 005 right here. And 574 down over there. Working our way through. Like Group D should be heading up in the lanes. If you're not already there. So I'm looking at our staging lane camera. There's a smattering of cars in the staging lanes. Kyle Fritz is read by 12,664 for Team Torco Fuels. Those were J.J. Cook out of Wichita Falls, Texas. JJ is going to be 002 on the green. And 497.9, 138 for the Division 4 runner out of Texas. 134 for Slugbug White, 726 at 91.81 on the speed as Randall Reed. In the S10 out of Texas, and Dave Mazier and the Mazier family dragster. So to answer your question, Mr. Jeff Kreider, you have a smattering and a gaggle and a plethora. And I believe it is in that order. Randall Reed, former Million winner in the dragster. But here in the S10 is 24 on the green light start and 634. At 107 miles an hour, Dave Mazier, 17 green for the Mazier Enterprises dragster, 4861 for Dave. After being 1-7 right down there on the starting line. It's Chris Whitfield and Ryan Gleghorn. Actually, it's Ryan Gleghorn's evil twin, Tyan Gleghorn. I mean, I really think we should fix that in the computer, but then, again, I think not. Gleghorn out of Texas in the Kid Mobile. One thing that was determined today is that Savannah Kid is a fun hater. And Chris Whitfield for Go Fast Energy. The dragster out of Colorado throws 3 zeros on the scoreboard. And 469 at 147. Gleghorn is read by 7th thou. And 658 at 103 miles an hour. There for Ryan Gleghorn is Paul Lorton and Dustin Wirtz. Lorton in the dragster out of Arizona. Dustin in the Corvette Roadster out of Napa, Idaho, up there by Firebird Raceway. That great facility that the new family runs. Their season started off their open test and tune and their big swap meet they do up there. Those of you that have not been to Firebird Raceway in Boise, Idaho, that's a bucket list racetrack. A new family do a fantastic job running that venue. Dustin Wirtz, 006 on the green light. Lorton in the dragster is 26 green and 472. 145 on the mile an hour there for Mr. Lorton. And Dusty Buckets, after being 006, goes 519, 133. Here in the final look at the racetrack, as Leroy Duran and that guy named Nick Hastings. That Nick Hastings guy is a bit of okay. He's a bad dude. Runner out of Ohio, Leroy Duran out of Sun City, Arizona. Dragster over on the Las Vegas side. Leroy at the divisional last week Spent a couple of days really under the weather. You see Leroy feeling a little bit better. 10 green as Nick Hastings is 007. And in a shocking development, Nick Hastings is 00 on the starting line. Said absolutely no one. 6:08 for Nick Hastings, 112 on the speed. Leroy Duran, after being 10 green, goes 5 flat. At 138 on the speed. As Dan Lafferty. For Lafferty, drilling and blasting. The winged dragster out of Wendell, Idaho. And it's the Unruh Mobile. Now, Trey Vetter did drive this machine a couple weeks ago. It's pure speculation if Trey's at the helm here. Lafferty's 006 on the starting line for Mr. Lafarte, if he was French. 448.0 for Dynamite Dan. The guy gets, literally gets to blow stuff up for a living. And if it is Trey, he's very courteous and he has the turn signal on down there as he's changing lanes. I'm a big fan. As Jeff Taylor and Ed Olpen. That's right, Ed Olpen at a bracket race. That is a shocking development. We love Ed. Had the pleasure of knowing that guy forever. The funeral director out of Pleasant Grove. Here in Ryan's Dragsters, 009 red and 480 at 144 on the speed. Jeff Taylor, 466 at 147. Olpen was your top sportsman winner at the national event. As Greg Hicks. PG out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. There for Mr. Hicks. And the Dawson Mobile. Good evening, Stephanie Mott. Hope you are well. Miss you guys. Hollywood is 17 green. Much better than he was earlier today. 465 for Mr. Hicks at 147 on the speed. Pennzoil right side, 0025 flat. As my final call for Group D and any late arrivals who have not made a single time run. Again, final call for Group D and any of our late arrivals today that did not, and I repeat, did not make a single run. Get you up in lanes if you would, please. As Gabe Torres and Jason McFarland. G Money out of La Puente is 006. There for Gabe. Jason McFarland, 37 green and 507. Are the numbers that Jason McFarland is going to look at on the time slip. Gabe Torres, 006. 466. And if I was Gabe Torres, as he's 106 to 60 feet, and 006 and 466, I would go to the roulette table and throw a couple of bucks on a 6. Just saying. It's Val Torres Sr. and Jeff Serra. Serra, red by 11th thou, and 456. For the guy who's literally dominated for the past like year. And Val Senior is 12 green and 473. It's great to see. For the longest time, Val Senior didn't bracket race. He just ran Super Comp, Super Gas. It's great to see him out here top bulbing. Is Mike Bloomfield Sr. Very uncharacteristically for Mike Bloomfield, 57 on the starting line, 479. The uncharacteristic part is the 57 number. 13 green over the Las Vegas side, 5408. As Shelby Williams and Bruce Johnson. Shelby in the dragster for Team K&N. See Dad Steve back behind on the left-hand side. Bruce Johnson out of Duluth, Minnesota. Shelby is 18 green and 483. Bruce Johnson is double nickel in front of green. Turns on that big old nasty, ugly, stinky red light. Which is totally fine during the time trial runs. It's more problematic when we get into eliminations tomorrow. As Hannah Cook and Dylan Winters. Now Hannah in the dragster out of Novato, the 20-year-old. See, Dad Dave, if I remember right, was 005 a few pair ago. See, David's hustled back up around to be behind daughter Hannah. So this is where the Cook reaction time bragging rights go. And it's going to go Dad's way. Hannah's 33 green. Dylan Winters 10 on the tree and 453 on the track. Hannah, 33 green and 458. There for Hannah Cook. Steve Law. And Roy Craycraft. Gold Digger, Yancer Fendered Dragster. So Steve Law out of Indiana. Danny Nelson prepared machine. Roy Craycraft's machine is going to be shut off and pushed back. As our starting line team does not like what they're seeing. So send Steve Law down on the solo. And we're going to start off with 006. And we're going to end with 4750. Add 144 on the speed. There for Steve Law. So let's throw 475 on that bad boy and let her rip. Rod Belsham and Kelly Ritchie. Rod out of British Columbia, TNT Supercar. Kelly Ritchie, Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. Peter Biondo talked about it earlier. We had, the pandemic in 2020, and then for most of 2021, the Canadian border was closed. I mean, mostly, I believe, the main reason for that was to keep Casey Plaisir out of the country. I cannot get that confirmed, but I do have a source with the State Department and said that was one of the deciding factors. Kelly Ritchie, 37 green and 468. Plaisir's not even here, and we can make fun of him. I'm sure that'll get back to him at some point. Rob Belsham, 119 on the green light, start 4690. Let's get that 119 out of the way when it doesn't mean anything. It's Perry Camo and Dave Meyer. Meyer the Machine. Sheridan, California. Perry, the Izell prepared machine. So Perry, 13 green, 469. The numbers for Perry. David Meyer, 008 and 478. That dragster out of Sheridan. Meyer is always really good. It's Hannah Vandermeer. And Mo Trujillo. Hannah left side, Mo right side. Hannah, 52. On the green light start, Mo's 34 right off the bat and 460 on the racetrack, 150 on the speed. Hannah, 52 on the tree and 482. The elapsed time at 142 for the Boise Valley Towing Team car, and Justin Hoff and Dale Toros. Justin, I mean, what better place? Young man turns 21 years of age today. 21. In Las Vegas, here at the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. That's a pretty good day. So we just saw Hannah go 52 on the tree. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say Justin is going to be better than 52, and then Hannah is going to have the Vandermeer trailer sweeping duties as part of her nightly responsibilities. Dale Toros, La Miranda. Former Nostalgia Eliminator 1 competitor, 14 green for Dale in that front engine dragster. 547 for Dale, 123 on the speed. Justin, 2.5 on the reaction time. 457 at 149 for the birthday boy. So it's Justin's birthday today. It's Race Kid's birthday today, both out of Idaho. There better be an Idaho-shaped birthday cake somewhere in the pit area, or I'm going to be very disappointed. I mean, we're in Las Vegas. You literally can get anything made for anything in any shape. Like, you could go to a bakery in Las Vegas and say, I would like a gigantic Rice Krispie treat in the shape of Chad Reynolds' beard, and come back in like 15 minutes and they'd have it for you. As Josh Lutke and Mike Fuqua. Mike out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, 12 green and 458 for Mike. And we have to get his name corrected on the screen. Josh Lutke out of Indiana. Danny Nelson, prepared dragster. Both of those young men are pretty much prime time all over the place. 442 for Josh. At 157 on the speed. As Nick Axman and Mike Quinteri. Axman out of Washington. Quinteri a little bit further up in Division 6. They're in Anchorage, Alaska. Red light start for Axman by one stinking thou. Quinteri is 46 on the green light start. 486, 142 on the speed. Nick Axman, 420 on the elapsed time. I mean, it's no Shane Molinari 405. But then again, nobody on property is, at least today. As Chevy Reeves and Nathan Thornsley. As JJ sticks his head in the announcer booth. Hey, final round. Tim Markoglu, Jim Glenn. Let's get you up here, please. Chevy Reeves left the starting line, is not under normal propulsion. The runner out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Thornsley, Palmer, Alaska, is 11 green and 535. But Reeves is hobbling down the Las Vegas side of the racetrack, that left lane. So Tim Markoglu and Jim Glenn headed up this way, as Shelby Ray Schoenfeld and Tyler Smith. Shelby out of Magna, Utah, one of the Thomas Bayer team machines. Tyler out of Rancho Cucamonga. So for Shelby, first event, and a top bulb dragster. Shelby graduated up to the junior dragster. Ranks, former Junior Western Conference Finals. Age champion. 32 on the green light start for Shelby. That's better. Tyler Smith, 28 on the green light start. 468 for Tyler. 146 on the speed. Shelby, 32 on the bulb and goes 532. Here we are with those, like, numbers that all make sense. Shelby should be headed to the roulette wheel and place a bet on what? 32. She's 32, 532. There's like 32s all over the place. As Daniel Carranza and Nathan Martin. Daniel, Victoria, Australia. That's a long drive. And Nathan Martin, Cannondale, Texas. 005 for Nathan. 489.5, 141 there for Nathan. Daniel is read by 43,502. I need my finals. Up in the lanes, Tim Markoglu and Jim Glenn. It's Kaylee McKibben and Jacob Stolworthy. Jacob out of Boise, Idaho, the undercover dragster for 69.1 as he was a little bit early. Going 15 red. And Kaylee McKibben out of Bakersfield. Worthy prepared dragster is 27 green. As Logan War gets ready to stage it up. Logan out of Erta, Utah. Those Casey Lane race cars. Logan picked up his first divisional win in Super Comp, race number 1 at the double divisional last weekend, right here at the Strip Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Bree Johnson out of Colorado, over on the Pennzoil side. Logan War's 19 red and goes 462.5, 148 there for Logan War. Bree Johnson, 23 green and 4893 at 140 miles an hour is Gabriel Hernandez Jr. and Brian Watts. Gabriel for Team Mexico. The Las Vegas side of the racetrack, Brian Watts. Richland, Washington, the TNT Supercar. .27 on the starting line for Gabriel and 457 at 151 miles an hour. Brian Watts, 15 green and 478 is word from Peter Biondo, says we're going to run out the lanes. And then the last 2 cars down the track will be our final round. There's Jeremy Wilson and Ramiro Rivera. Jeremy at a Grand Junction. That Race Tech prepared machine, which I'm 99% sure he won in a raffle. Oh, wait, but it could be the other dragster that he won in a raffle, or like the other dragster he won in a raffle. I think Jeremy Wilson has won like 19 dragsters in raffles. 76 red for Jeremy's. He was well out in front. Ramiro Rivera's 20 red. And I'll go through 660 feet in 5.22 seconds at 130 miles an hour. Did Ramiro. Jeremy Wilson, 4.581 at 149 on the speed. There for Mr. Wilson. Colton Aragon and Keith Winters. Keith from right here in Las Vegas. Colton over to the Las Vegas side at a Grand Junction. I mean, really shouldn't Keith Winters be in the left side, as he's a Las Vegas resident in the Las Vegas lane. Colton pushes the tree. Tree pushes back. 15th thou in front of green for Colton. Keith Winters is 3.5 on the green light start, 4.57.9 for Mr. Winters. 151 on the mile an hour. Colton, after being read by 15th thou, goes 4.77 is Rodney Parks and Keoki Dasa. Rodney out of Venus, Texas. Worthy prepared dragster, Keoki. Spitzer pipe for Desaad of North Las Vegas. So Rodney Parks. Is 15 green, 492.9 at 140 on the speed, 451.8 for Keoki Desaad, 151. 0.63 miles an hour. Jake Jones and Chuck Babcock. Chuck out of Yorba Linda. Way late there on the starting line, 128 on the green light. And Jake Jones goes 18 green and 457. Dad Tim, Mom Jill. Son Jake over there. As Chase Learcamp. Jason out of Boise, Idaho. Chase out of Olympia, Washington. Clinton Fife and Richard McFarland. Clinton goes 18 green and 513. So Mike Brundage and Brian Cam. Brundage out of California. Brian Cam out of Pacifica in the great state of California. Brundage, 11 on the starting line, 5'10 with a 4, 133 on the speed. Brian Cam, 5'01 at 138. The numbers in their final run down the racetrack for today. The Advanced Product Design Time Trial Tuesday. Neil Pressmoni and Jim Reichenbach. So Neil out of Las Vegas. Jim out of Sydney, Montana. Pressimoni, 003 red. Jim Reichenbach is 12 green and 462. After Neil was a little premature, goes 486 at 140 on the mile an hour. Tristan Craig and Todd Coltrane.
Test one, test.
One, two, three, four, five, six. Thank you, Mr. Foster. Allison McCone going 3 zeros on the scoreboard. Dave Klombowski, the Camarillo, is 90 green and 546. Just a great win a couple weeks ago for Allison, winning that first ever Super Comp National event, Todd Zeller and Jeff Burns. Zeller out of Michigan. Jeff Burns, Lebanon, Tennessee. For Mr. Burns. The only thing that would be better is Todd Zeller had a last name of Smithers. Then we could have Mr. Burns and Mr. Smithers. So Brandon Umberger and the fun hater, Savannah Kidd. Brandon in the dragster. Savannah in the dragster. I mean, odds are Savannah's going to double bowl Brandon right here. Okay. Brandon beat her to it. It's a joke. It's a joke. Savannah bumps in. Brandon is in. Savannah, 16th thou in front of green. Brandon Umberger, 38 on the green light, starting 471 at 147 miles an hour. Savannah, 16 red and 586 for the Kidd dragster. .006 438 over there on the Las Vegas side. 157 on speed. Tim Parton out of Sydney, Montana. 467. 149 on the speed there for Tim to get the win. Again, we are going to run out the lanes. There's not many left as Gregory Michael James Boutte III is in the house. What's up, Boo? Anybody? David Cook and Jessica Bogacki. Jessica for Team Mosier. Carterville, Illinois, the American Prepared Machine, and David Cook out of Nevada in the Thunderbolt. The Thunderbird, there, David Cook, 33 green and 573 at 123 miles an hour. Jessica, 24 green and 463. They're on the elapsed time. It's David Beatty and Jeff Jones. Beatty and the judge. So David Beatty and Jeff Jones. And we're going to run out all the cars, then we're going to run that final round on the American race cars. Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout. No split, no deal, no nothing. Winner's going to get that $50,000 race car sitting down there. The runner-up is going to get the entry to the 2023 Spring Fling Million. And if you ask, well, like, how can you chop up a dragster? Well, I mean, there's ways. As, I believe it's Trey Vetter. That's who was driving the Unrow machine. And Willie Flores out of Texas in the dragster. Trey, if it is 003 on the red side. Willie is 3 zeros here at 8:54 p.m., which is lovely. And David Phillips did confirm it is Trey Vetter. Last run, Trey Vetter was in the right lane and was very polite in the shutdown area, turned on the left turn signal, get over on the left side of the racetrack. Willie is perfect, and then 490 at 141 on the speed. It's Travis Ringeth, Calgary, Alberta, Canada in the S10. Travis doing double duty, the dragster and the S10 here this week, as we have the pair on the line, the single in the box, and then our final round with Tim Markaglu and Jim Glenn. 11 green for Travis. 6-6-6-0. Yeek. Don't show Peter Biondo that screen. 6:31.5 at 108 or on the Las Vegas side of the racetrack. Green over on the Pennzoil side. And the last car down the track before our final round. 5:38, 127. And this is the one we've been waiting for all day. Last 2 cars down the track. It's our final round in the American race cars. Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. A couple of guys that have won fling events throughout the years. Tim Markaglu, Staten Island, New York on the Las Vegas side, the left lane. 453 is the dial for Tim. Jim Glenn, Ridgefield, Washington, 476 the number for Jim Glenn. When we were here at the Fall Fling West during that pandemic 2020 season, Jim Glenn was your $100,000 shootout winner. Fast forward to April of 2021 at the Fling in Galat, Tim Markaglu was your $100,000 event winner. Fast forward to the Fall Fling in 2021, and Timmy Markaglu was your Race Tech American Dragster Shootout winner. Both drivers, very accomplished. They know what to do when they get into the final round of the Fling events. Markaglu, 453, will be doing the chasing. Jim Glenn, 476, will get the start. Winner gets that beautiful American Race Cars Dragster. Todd's Extreme Paint. Slap in your drivetrain and go racing. That thing's fully wired and ready to go as we are off and away. Jim Glenn, Tim Markaglu. Glenn sashaying all over the place. 001, dead on 7 for Jim Glenn to be 8 total. Tim Markaglu was 14 green and just in the way. Congratulations to Jim Glenn, the team out of Washington, our winner tonight. And that American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout, 32 competitors started. 1 is the winner, and that is Jim Glenn. 8 total in the final. Timmy Markaglu was 14 on the starting line, dead on 8 to be 22 combined, and just got bamboozled by Jim Glenn. So congratulations to Jim. We'll get him down here in the front. We'll do winner circle celebration down there with Jim Glenn and the team, taking home that beautiful American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster. Get down there for our winner's circle presentation for Jim Glenn here shortly.